Bianca's on the line. Hello, Bianca.
Morning, Jonathan. Morning.
Good morning. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Lovely. Thank you. So in December, I purchased a gaming console from a reputable provider, retailer, and it was used for approximately 3 times within 2 weeks. And then it started not turning on, Jonathan, not charging, not accepting any charge or responding to even being charged. Obviously, we couldn't bring it back to the retailer because we were in lockdown. So the earliest opportunity we had to bring it back to the retailer was a week after our local shopping centre had opened up.
So did you say, I'm sorry to interrupt you, did you say you purchased this in December or September?
No, December.
December.
It was around the 18th of December, yeah.
Right, just as we were about to go into lockdown again.
Absolutely, Jonathan. Okay. And it was kind of going to be the lockdown social time device. And as I say, probably a few days after New Year's Day is when it had stopped responding to any input whatsoever into the device.
Right.
So we went down to the store about a week or so after the shops had opened back up again and explained this to the retailer, who was less than helpful, incredibly unprofessional. But cut a long story short, they basically said that they weren't at liberty to support the fact that the device wasn't working anymore and had to send it back to the manufacturer. I have been listening to your show for many, many years, Jonathan, and I had explained to them, the contract is with you as the retailer. It hasn't worked for a reasonable amount of time. £249 that I had spent. I'm not asking for anything other than just in exchange for a box that has not been opened and a device that will work perfectly. They weren't prepared to do that. I had asked if I could speak to the store manager, all perfectly calm, and had shared with them, things that you've taught us on the show. They didn't like the fact that I had asked the store manager, and so the store manager wasn't unavailable. And so I kind of was left with no situation than to allow them to send it back to the manufacturer. A week later, I had got a call and from the retailer, who the manufacturer had said that the device has been damaged and so we've got to pay £60. I did not accept liability. The device has not been damaged. The device was packed with, when you get devices, you've got the opportunity to buy glass and buffers and all sorts of things to make sure that it's literally damage-proof, drop-proof, all these wonderful things. But when they took it from us, when we went into store, they didn't want any of that equipment on the device. They didn't ask for the box, which I had supplied, the padding that I had supplied. They didn't want any of that. They just put it in a plastic folder that you'd find in a ring binder and put it on the counter. And so I'm in a situation where I've spent £249 on a device that we've used 3 times, has no compassion's been given to the lockdown and the returns or exchange policy. It's been sent off to a manufacturer and it's now been sent back to the store, and I refuse, Jonathan, to accept liability that we have broken the device.
And what are they actually saying you've done to it? Obviously, they're saying it's been damaged by the customer, but what are they alleging that you've done to it? Dropped it? Smashed it? What?
Well, this is what I'm asking, Jonathan, and I have asked on 3 occasions now to speak with the store manager. The first time round, I was told that the store manager has been busy doing other things, hasn't got time to speak to you. I said, are you really serious? You just said that. Oh, sorry, train in the background. He said, no, the store manager can't speak to you. I said, well, that's fine. Would I be able to speak to somebody else then? I'm sure the store manager has a boss. The store manager's boss the following week then called me and said that he was really sorry for the way it had been handled. It's not how he expects his team to be dealing with customer complaints. But he said, Bianca, the best thing I could say to you to do is to send it to the manufacturer because we don't agree with the returns policy, but hopefully you will work towards changing policy. And I said, well, that's wonderful, but I'm still stuck with a device that doesn't work. And he said, but the 30-day warranty has expired. I said, but the 30-day warranty expired within lockdown. How could anybody make use of a 30-day warranty that ended at the end of January when the world was in lockdown?
But I think there's a little bit of confusion. That surely the 30-day warranty that he's talking about is the 30-day window of opportunity you have under the Consumer Rights Act of 2015 to reject faulty goods for a full refund or exchange.
Right, okay.
I presume that's what he's talking about.
Well, I don't know, Jonathan. All they are on is saying that you've expired your warranty. So I couldn't do anything. So I took to basically going to the retailer online. You know, they have like the customer departments that you can send an email to or an online chat. And I explained the whole situation to them. Again, they were quite disgusted and apologised for the service. But look, that's fine. Everybody has a bad day. However, how do we sort out the situation with the device? And they basically said the same thing, that they'll speak to the store. They went back to the store and said that your 30-day warranty for the device ended in January, so we're unable to do anything other than send it to the retailer. And I said, but you're not understanding. If this was in usual circumstances, I would have been back up on the 4th or the 5th of January when the stores open back up again and explain the situation to you. I couldn't have done that because it was in lockdown.
Did you notify the company as soon as the problem first occurred, and did you email them or put something formally in writing so that at least there is a record of the fact that you did have the problem so soon after purchase?
Jonathan, I've got to be honest, we didn't even think. We called the store hoping that there'd be a voicemail or something. There wasn't anything like that. And so we just said, well, the best that we can do is go down to the store once the store opens back up. In hindsight, what I should have done is go to the website like I did do once I had been to the store. But I've got to be honest, Jonathan, we didn't even think about that, you know, because we didn't think there would be any issue. We've purchased something, we've gone into lockdown, we've got everything to show that we are purchasing from the store, and they would just say, well, would you like an exchange? And, you know, we didn't foresee it being a problem. So unfortunately, no, that was done the day or so after I had already been into the store.
You say you listen to my programme a lot. You will know if you, and I'm grateful to you for doing that, but you will know if you listen to my programme a lot, I'm a grumpy, cynical old git. And I never assume that everything will be sorted out. I always assume that things won't be sorted out. And therefore, from the minute I'm dealing with a problem, I always work on the worst case scenario. If this company tries to blame me, how am I going to respond? If this company doesn't believe me, how am I going to respond? So I think it would have been a good idea at that point, just belt and braces, to send an email to say, it is now the 4th of January. We purchased the product on the 16th of December. Unfortunately, your store is closed, so we cannot bring it back. However, I need to draw your attention to the fact that the product has failed already. Can you please advise as to how this can be resolved, or is it a case of having to wait until the store is reopened? At least that then puts something formally in writing that hopefully they will acknowledge, that you'll then be able to use further down the line and say, well, it was very clear. I contacted you within that 30-day window of opportunity to explain the problem, and I therefore, it wasn't my fault. I couldn't avail myself of the rights I was entitled to under the legislation because your store was shut, but I would like to now do that retrospectively.
Yeah, I appreciate, Jonathan. It's just one of those things where it's hindsight. It was just such a busy time. There was sickness in the house, and I didn't even think. It was a case of my son went to turn it on. It hadn't turned on. This was the third time it hadn't turned on. And it was one of those things where we just said, you know what, once the world opens back up again, we'll go down to the store and we'll sort it out then. It's awful to say it, Jonathan, that at the time there was bigger things to think about, and that was our health, and that was just what I concentrated on. So I didn't do any of that, and I could kick myself, but it's the hindsight thing, looking back thing, isn't it?
Let's see what I can do. Let me go and have a word with the retailer for you. Let me explain the situation. Let's find out what they actually believe you've done to the console to damage it. And let's see what we can do to try and arrange something satisfactory.
I appreciate that.
I'm going to pass you back to the team. We'll get some detail. We'll go and have a word, OK? Now, Jonathan's partner booked a holiday to Portugal. And to make sure they were fit to travel, they booked a £99 COVID test each. That test had to be taken within 72 hours of travel. Well, Jonathan got his result back the following day. But it became clear there was an issue with the result for his partner because that just didn't come through. And the night before they were due to fly, well, Jonathan decided they were going to have to go and get a test done at another company at a far greater expense. Otherwise, that holiday wasn't going to happen.
I managed to get online and found at the very last minute that there was a company in Watford that were offering an emergency test, which is £199 with a result back in 4 hours. we got there with a few minutes to spare and we managed to do it. But, this sort of thing really shouldn't happen. The final phone call on the Saturday, they offered to reimburse my partner's £99. We've got £199 extra cost we didn't think we'd have. The original company did refund the 99, but they actually said to us, the last conversation was, don't worry, just keep checking your emails. Now, as of this morning, it's still not showing a result. So had we have listened to this company, we would have lost the holiday, and the holiday cost us £1,800.
Well, it's very frustrating. I promised Jonathan I would go off and have a word with the company that they had put their faith in to do these tests before they travelled to Portugal to see what they had to say. I've done just that, and we have a response. Jonathan's back on the JVS show. Hello, Jonathan.
Good morning, Jonathan. How are you?
Good morning. I'm well, thank you. I hope you are too. I must ask, are you back home in Blighty, or are you still in Portugal?
No, we arrived at 4 o'clock this morning, so just in the nick of time with the new rules.
Yes, quite, because as of, is it 2 o'clock tomorrow morning? That's when the...
It is, yeah. It was like on our side. Yeah,
four o'clock tomorrow morning, I think it is. But, there we go. Well done. Welcome back. Did you, all things considered, did you have a nice holiday? You're one of the lucky few that will be able to get away this year, I think.
Yes, it was lovely. I mean, it was a lot of hassle, but it was worth it because we just don't know when we're going to get another opportunity. So, my partner and I both worked hard in the last year, so it was nice just to get away.
Good. Okay, well, I'm pleased you had a good time. Now, the company that you had booked your COVID test with before you went on this holiday was Boots. You put your faith in Boots. And it was Boots that gave you your result, but didn't give you your partner's result. And then if it hadn't been for you having to, suddenly race all the way down to Watford from your home in Hitchin to try and get a test at much inflated cost hours before they were due to shut on the Saturday, you would never have been able to get away.
No, because they check you at the airport and they won't let you fly. Simple as that.
No. So I've spoken to Boots and they've come back with this response. They say the vast majority of results for our in-store COVID-19 PCR testing service are provided the day after the test was taken. In very rare cases, like Jonathan's partner's, there have been delays in test samples being couriered from the store to the laboratory due to human error. We provided a full refund to Jonathan's partner for the in-store COVID-19 PCR testing service purchased and added 1,500 points to her Boots Advantage card. As an additional gesture, we will also provide a refund to Jonathan for the cost of his test, as we appreciate the stress and inconvenience the experience has caused the couple, for which we apologise. So they're giving you the £99 that you paid them as well.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Now, how do you feel about that? I know that ultimately you were £100 out of pocket. This means you get £99 back. How are you feeling?
Jonathan, it was more about making sure this doesn't happen to other people because, yes, we got there. It was a lot of hassle and we managed it. And, we had an hour window basically, and that could have cost us the holiday. But what I really want Boots to do is to put something in place to make sure this doesn't happen again. There is always going to be human error. There's always going to be tests that go missing or, whatever the reasons are. But they need to have a backup in place, just like the place that we raced to and got our test in the end. They need to have it there because people can't afford to lose holidays. And this was a holiday for two. It wasn't a holiday for a family of 4 or 5 people. That would have been even worse. Mm.
So in terms of the response then, I presume you feel as if that doesn't give that assurance.
Well, no, it's very easy to say. I mean, Boots are worth millions and millions, aren't they? So it's very easy to say, yeah, okay, sorry about that. There's your £99 back. That's absolutely fine. What I would really like from Boots is for them to change their procedures to make sure this doesn't happen again, because it's very, very frustrating. And if people are going to lose holidays, and reading on social media, people have lost holidays down to this same company.
Well, I don't know about that. I can only speak about your particular case because that's the only case that I've investigated. In terms of what would be a solution to this then, when you go and have the test at Boots, and then they say, OK, that's fine, you'll get your result tomorrow in time for your flight.
Yes.
Do they give you an emergency telephone number that you can phone if the result hasn't come through by a certain time?
Yes, that's exactly what we did.
And when you
have an
phone that
emergency
emergency number, what happens?
So you ring through. It takes a bit of time to get through, but they basically just kept saying to us, "Don't worry, watch your emails." And after the final, I think it was the fourth phone call on the Saturday, which was just before we were going to fly. We eventually got a response back, and their response was to say the only way that they could contact the lab that they were using for the testing, where the swabs go to, was by phone and email, and the lab wasn't responding, and the lab closes at 5 o'clock in the afternoon of Saturday. So that was the point at which I sort of said, well, we can't wait any longer. We've got to go and get a test done elsewhere.
OK, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. So in terms of the financial aspect to all of this, are we happy with the offer that Boots have made in terms of you will not be out of pocket as a result now?
Yeah, that's fine. That's okay.
So we draw a line under that. But I think what I will do is just go back to them and say that you are still not confident on behalf of other people who, I mean, God knows if we'll even get an opportunity to go on holiday this year. But in the event that we do, and people need to go and have their test before they fly, let me put to Boots that you still don't feel as if their explanation and their reassurance gives enough protection for other customers that they will not have the same experience with Boots if they decide to use that company to conduct their testing through.
Well, their response, Jonathan, on what you just read from Boots, all their response is it does occasionally happen that things get lost between the store and the lab where they go for processing. That's not good enough. If they get lost, they need a backup.
So the backup system would be some kind of affiliated company that can do rapid turnaround of the results straight away, that they could then put people in touch with, that they say, look, we're sorry about this, we don't know quite what's gone on, we can't get hold of the lab now, get yourself down there, we'll cover the cost of it.
That would be perfect.
OK, let me go and put that to them, see how they want to proceed from there, and I will talk to you very... Emma's other half decided to purchase an electric scooter. Don't worry, not for use on public land, only for use on private land. Well, it cost him £536, but shortly after it arrived, it became apparent there was a problem with it.
His is sort of like on-road and off-road. After probably no more than a week, my partner took it up to the field with his boss. He started it up and it sort of went for a few minutes and then just started sort of shuddering and cutting out. He contacted the company, which you can only do via email. He finally got a reply from the company who said about sending over sort of video proof of the issue. So my partner done this, and then they replied saying that they think that it's the motor in the bike itself, there's an issue with the motor, and that they could send him a new motor for himself to fix.
Well, as you can imagine, Emma was not very happy. Her husband wasn't very happy about that either. They did not believe that they should be in a position where they're being expected to fix the scooter themselves, and they wanted the company to provide either a repair or a replacement instead. One way or the other, she just wants a scooter for her husband that works. Not too much to ask, is it really? Well, Emma's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Emma.
Hiya.
Hello, Emma. Now, as you know, you and I, when we first had the conversation, I did say to you, did your husband kind of do his research? Did he do all of his homework on this company that he was about to buy this scooter from? And you did accept that maybe he hadn't done as much homework as he should have done. When you do some research now, there are some things that have concerned you, yeah?
That's correct.
Now, I have tried to make contact with this company on numerous occasions. I had a sneaky...
Yeah, they're impossible.
they are impossible. I had a sneaky feeling that I was going to have fun and games when I contacted the company and it says, you know, press 1 to place an order, press 2 for customer services. And I press whatever number it was to go through to customer services. The phone rang about 3 times and it says, sorry, we cannot take your message and the mailbox is full. I mean,
okay, that's changed.
the mailbox was so full of messages from so many people who wanted to speak to this company that you couldn't even leave them a message. Now, that's never normally a very good sign. So I thought, right, okay, well, I'll try the my other technique, which is to call the sales line, because I'm always amazed at the number of companies that will leave you on hold for, 300 hours trying to get through to someone after you've bought something from them. And yet when you go
straight through.
Exactly. The phone rings about three times and someone says, "Hello, how can I help you? Would you like to buy a scooter?" Unfortunately, unfortunately that didn't work either. I held on the phone and it said, "You are caller number 7. I'm thinking, how many people want to order these electric scooters today? And you are caller number 7. You are caller number 7. Anyway, I held on the phone for, well, it felt like forever. And in the end, I wasn't moving down through the list at all. I have repeated that process several times now, and they never answer the phone.
Yeah, I had the exact same problem.
I also have tried to email the company, and the email just bounces back.
Yeah.
The email doesn't seem to go through either. So, unfortunately, at the moment, I'm not doing very well in terms of even being able to have a conversation with this company about the fact that they have sold you, or sold your husband, a scooter that lasted a very short amount of time before it went wrong, and you now cannot get the company to resolve the matter for you. So it's with, no pleasure whatsoever that I'm left with no alternative but to identify the company. The company concerned is a company called Nitrotech Limited. They trade as scootercity.co.uk, and it would appear they are based in Stockport.
That's correct.
Now, if anybody at Nitrotech Limited, trading as scootercity.co.uk, would like to either answer your phone or provide an email address that actually works so people can communicate with you, I would love to have that communication. But at the moment, I don't seem able to get hold of you whatsoever. And it would appear I'm not alone, and you're not alone either, because when you start to have a look into some of the more recent customer reviews of scootercity.co.uk, you will find an awful lot of people that seem to be extremely dissatisfied and who also are having tremendous difficulty even getting hold of the company. How did your husband pay for this scooter? Remind me.
It was via his Visa. His debit card.
His debit card. Now, did you go off and speak to the bank and ask to put a charge back in for this?
I did. I actually had an update from the bank on Friday. They're saying that obviously without sending the item back, they can't put through the charge back. So it sort of left us in a bit of a limbo because they were a bit hesitant to send the item back, knowing that there's no sort of guarantee that he's going to get his money. So, and obviously I understand that the bank can't release a refund without the item going back. So obviously I spoke to a financial ombudsman who totally understands that the predicament that we're in, and they're happy enough to take it further. It's just sort of one of those things where obviously when you've read the reviews where people have taken it as far as like small claims courts to get their refunds and so on and so forth, it sort of leaves you in a bit of a sticky situation. You're a bit hesitant, but at the same time you understand you have to, but you sort of, but if I send it back, am I going to get sort of any response? Am I actually going to receive a refund? Am I not? Is it going to go to the point of small claims courts and so on and so forth? So we're sort of in a bit of a sticky one in regards to the bank and the financial ombudsman at the moment. But that's the latest update that we've had in regards to the bank.
I think with this particular company, and you know, please, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know how many times I have to say this. Please do your homework on companies before you go ahead and purchase stuff. Companies can have the most wonderful looking websites, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to get great customer service. And life is quite short, and dealing with issues like this are very stressful and they're very draining. And I would just urge extreme caution. This applies across the board to all companies that are out there on the internet that may well be selling something you want, but you've never heard of the company. They're not local. You have no knowledge of them. If you are going to do business with companies like that, make sure you look for reviews, because I put it to you, if your husband had actually looked at some of the reviews for this company, I would suggest he would probably not have gone ahead and made the purchase. Would I be right?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
So he would have avoided getting himself into this kind of pickle.
Definitely.
I think what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to try a multi-pronged attack.
Okay.
Firstly, I have now identified Nitrotech Limited, trading as scootercity.co.uk.
Yep.
Should they decide to do the right thing and to respond to this complaint, I can be reached. I welcome a response from them. Regarding you, you've put in the charge back through the bank. You're now taking that through the financial ombudsman as well to try and get the bank to make you that payment before you actually return the goods, because you're concerned.
It's not even I want the payment before I return it. I'm happy enough to return it before, obviously, he receives the refund. But the bank is saying that if we return the item, they can't actually put anything, they can't set anything in stone to actually say he's going to receive that. It might not actually go through and he might not still receive his refund.
What?
So if we've got something set in stone saying, OK, once the item is returned, if you send proof over to us, we will then release your refund, then I would have sent the item back ages ago. But because there's nothing actually set in stone, it sort of leaves you a bit hesitant to do so, especially with the company being...
I understand that.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is you're now actioning that particular course to try and get the money back that way. What I think is also a good idea is for you to write a formal letter to the directors of Nitrotech Limited, trading as scootercity.co.uk, at their address, their registered address in Stockport.
Yeah.
Send it. It's now called Royal Mail signed for. It used to be called recorded delivery, to make sure that they do indeed receive it and sign for it. And put them on notice that you have tried to resolve the matter. They've sold you a product that is not fit for purpose. You've tried to give them an opportunity to repair the product. They don't seem interested in doing that. And therefore, they leave you with no alternative. But unless they make a full refund to you and arrange collection of the scooter, they leave you with no alternative but to begin small claims court action to recover your money.
Perfect.
Now, hopefully, from those 3 methods, we will manage to get the money back. But at the moment, things aren't looking great, certainly from my perspective, because I can't even communicate with them.
Yeah, no, I had exactly the same issue.
Yeah. Well, it is a very good lesson for other people listening to the programme. If you're thinking of purchasing one of these electric scooters, and please, 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 don't make the mistake of thinking you can drive them on the road. You can't. But if you are planning to buy one for private land, just be aware of the fact that scootercity.co.uk appear to have sold Emma's husband a scooter that broke very shortly after he got it, and they will not resolve the matter, and they won't answer their phone either, in my experience. So, but I hope that's going to change very shortly. Emma, we will leave it there for now, and I will talk to you very soon.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you ever so much.
It's a pleasure, and if Scooter City does want to respond, I'd love to hear from you. Do you remember Amy? Amy came to me after she purchased an exercise bike using an online voucher company. But unfortunately, when it arrived and when she took it all out the box, well, she was very disappointed.
The bike arrived in good time, that was fine. Put the bike together and it was absolutely not fit for purpose at all. So basically the bike pedals didn't actually work. So when you turn them, the wheel didn't turn. There were bits missing, there was bits that were bent, the seat, the handlebars were all quite loose, even wings sort of completely tightened. It was just really poor condition, really, and was obviously very unhappy with that.
Well, I can understand why. She wanted to return it and either get an exercise bike that wasn't damaged or her money back. Doesn't seem too much to ask, does it? Well, the company said, OK, well, you can send it back and we'll give you a refund. However, we will have to take £40 off the refund for the cost of getting it back to us. Well, What an absolute blooming cheek. I've been off to speak to not only the retailer concerned, but also the voucher company that Amy had purchased this exercise bike through. Let's find out what the latest is, because Amy's back on the JVS show. Hello, Amy.
Hello, Jonathan. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. I hope you are too.
I am.
Now, I know that obviously from our last conversation, I've identified both companies concerned in all of this. The retailer that the exercise bike had come from is a company called Bing Bang Bosch. They came back and said, we offer a 14-day no-quibble money-back guarantee on all items. This means if the customer doesn't wish to keep the item and wants it returned, we accept the return and the customer is able to forward the goods back to us. Typically, most customers are unable to send this particular item back because it's not a standard parcel size or weight. So we offer to arrange the collection on behalf of the customer. Well, let me just interrupt their statement again, just to reiterate the law and what you are entitled to as a customer. When you buy something from an internet company or a mail order company, most times you are covered by consumer contracts regulations. Now, what that states is that because you haven't had an opportunity to see the item in the flesh before you get it, you're given a 14-day window of opportunity when you receive any product, whether that be a new jumper or an exercise bike. If you decide that you don't like it for whatever reason, it's the wrong colour, it's the wrong size, don't like the style of it, looks ugly, if you've just changed your mind about having it, you are entitled to return the goods. And when you return the goods, you are entitled to your refund. But if the company makes it clear on their website that you are liable for the cost of sending it back, then it is perfectly reasonable that the company expects you to pay for the postage or the courier or whatever it may be. But of course, in this case that you're talking about, Amy, you didn't change your mind about this exercise bike. You didn't see it and think, oh, I don't like that, I want my money back. The item turned up damaged. And therefore, it's nothing to do with the consumer contracts regulations. This is about the fact that when you order a product and it comes faulty, you are entitled to expect it to be replaced without any cost to you, without any further cost whatsoever. And it was completely unacceptable for this Bing Bang Bosch company to try and ask you to pay money. Now, they do seem to acknowledge that. They say the customer in this case received damaged goods. We offered to replace the part, but the customer declined. The customer service rep who was dealing with this had categorised this case as a 14-day money-back guarantee case. This was why he asked the customer to send the item back, or if they wanted us to collect it, there would be a £40 charge. However, after taking a closer look, it is not a 14-day money-back case, it's a damaged item case. We therefore offered a new replacement, but the customer declined. We are happy to accept the return, and we would like to ask the customer to send images of the item packed away, ready for collection, along with a confirmation of their full email address and telephone number and the full collection address. We can try and get the goods uplifted for Friday if the email is received, well, they said, on that particular day. So hopefully you did all of that. And I know when you and I spoke on Friday, you got it all packaged up, you were ready for collection. Now, in the meantime, I also spoke to the voucher company that's called Woucher. They responded and said Woucher was disappointed to learn of this customer's unfortunate experience with one of our merchants. This is not reflective of Woucher's practices, nor those of its merchants more generally. We have assisted the customer in resolving this issue and shall be speaking to the merchant involved to ensure this does not reoccur. So, did they turn up on Friday and collect that exercise bike, Amy?
Sadly not. I did receive an email on Friday or Saturday, I can't remember now, basically saying that they will have it collected and the courier company will let me know on the next working day. I've not received anything as yet. I've still got the bike sitting in my hallway waiting to be collected.
Oh, I can't believe it. This
is very frustrating.
This is appalling. This Bing Bang Bosch company, I mean, I've got it here in writing. It says, we can try and get the goods uplifted for Friday if the email is received today. I know you sent the email because you copied me in on it. They know that because I've been copied in on it, and indeed I've responded to them and said, can you please confirm that the customer will be getting a full refund and there will not be any kind of reduction of £40? They haven't bothered responding to me. Have they at all responded to you?
Yeah, I literally just the email when I chased it up after that point. They then sort of responded to say that they will definitely have someone collect it, and I'll be informed as to when that will be, really. But as I say, I'm still waiting.
This is appalling. And have Woucher been in touch, or have they phoned you just to make sure it had been collected?
Have said, in fairness to them, they have said that if they don't collect it, then to contact them and they will arrange it. So obviously, if I don't hear today, I think that will be my next plan, is to contact Woucher and just explain that that's not happened.
This is just appalling. It's absolutely appalling, because you've waited all of Friday for them to come and collect the blooming thing. You've had the nightmare up until now. They didn't then come and collect it on Friday as they'd suggested they would do if you forwarded over all the photographs, which I know you did. And here we are, still no idea as to whether they're even going to come today. Right. OK, it's ridiculous. What I'm going to do, I'm going to go straight off and speak to Bing Bang Bosch and Woucher straight after the programme today and find out what on earth they're playing at. Can you leave it with me and let's talk tomorrow, Amy? Dorothy's on the line. Hello, Dorothy.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello,
Thank
Dorothy.
you for taking my call.
It's a pleasure. Tell me what's going on without naming any company names, please.
Thank you. The rear of our property is where we drive to park our cars, and all the garages to the houses on the road at the rear. One of the flats has never, ever taken care of their property, and the garage is all derelict, and people have started dumping rubbish in there. The garden is overgrown, and of course the more people dump rubbish, the more people dump rubbish. You know, they think it is a opportunity to get rid of their stuff rather than go to the tip. I've retired last year, and I've had a lot more time to assess things, and it's just really, really upsetting me now. It's just disgusting. I'm embarrassed for people to visit me, and I just want something done about it. Now, going back many years when it first became derelict, because it was owned by a private person, and then it was taken over by an agent, and the agent has put various people in there, and has completely ignored the rear. He's not interested. I did call him and ask him if he would tidy it up, and I was told in no uncertain terms not to interfere, and it's none of my business, etc. So, and
is the garage, is that actually on his land, or is this on shared land?
It's on his. It's shared land. It's difficult to describe. You say the top property, which is owned by privately owned, and you've got the bottom half of the house, which is let. I'm
kind of. Let me describe what I'm thinking in simple terms, and you tell me if I've got it right. I'm thinking about a row of garages that have shared access, and everybody owns their own garage.
No, not at all. No. This is a private house.
Yeah.
Which has been split into two. Mm-hmm. The top flat owns, and it's got a very long garden, which goes up to the rear, which extends to the rear of the property, and then there's access on a road where we drive up to park our cars.
Right. So you don't live in that property, you live nearby?
I live next door but one.
Right. OK. And there are tenants in the property that are responsible for that garage, are there?
Yes.
Or their landlord is?
Yes, their landlord is. The top flat, the landlord is on the ball and comes every year, cleans his garden, maintains his garage, and looks after it beautifully. Mm. He is a friend of mine, and I look after his land during the other periods of the year. So I keep it tidy, I pick up the litter, and another neighbour clears the grass and the verge so you can park a car on there. The person that owns the bottom flat is an agent and has never, ever done anything about his part. You share one garden, you walk up the garden, and then you'd have a parking space, you've got a garage each, but
Yeah.
the bottom flat is just
And
appalling.
because he's left his garage to go derelict, it's now being used as a dumping ground for people to come and
Absolutely.
dump their
I did
waste.
send some photographs in. I don't know whether you managed to see them yet or not, but it's just absolutely disgusting. And I really like things to be clean and tidy and in their place, and live in a nice environment.
Mm-hmm.
But this is just degrading the whole environment. When people visit, they say, "Oh, look at that mess. How do you live with that?" And it's embarrassing.
Yes, I can well imagine. So what can we try and do to get things sorted out? Now, I presume you've tried speaking to the owner of the property whose responsibility it is.
I have. I rang him once, as I said, and I was told not to interfere and to go away, because the other thing he does, he keeps his to let sign up all year round. It's been up there for about 15 years. And when I asked him if he could take it down, because you're not meant to have them up, once a property is sold or let, you're meant to take them down. But he was so rude, and it was just not scary. But I just thought, I'm not speaking to that man again. I can't cope with his rudeness.
Okay.
And,
so have you tried speaking to the local authority to ask them to assist in this matter?
I have emailed them, and I'm waiting for a response. But I wasn't sure whether I was premature in ringing you, or whether the council, the local authority, would have any.
Well, listen, I mean, what we need to do is we need to try and help you in the most constructive way.
Thank you.
Now, as far as I'm concerned, I'm completely on your side. I absolutely detest it when people do not take responsibility for their property and for their land, and when they allow the fact that they've let their land go to wreck and ruin, and it then encourages people dumping waste. I mean, it's just not on. We all know that land in this country is in short supply. And if people are lucky enough to own some of it, if people are lucky enough to own a little part of the United Kingdom, they should blooming well look after it. So I'm completely on your side. However, what I don't want to do is to make matters worse for you. Now, it sounds as if you've already had an unpleasant experience with this man. I'm more than happy to call him. And I'm more than happy to challenge him as to why he is not taking adequate responsibility. What I don't want to do is to, I don't have to live in the property near him.
Well, he doesn't live there. He doesn't live there.
No, but I don't want to make matters worse for you. So I'm happy to be guided by you. If you want me to call him, I'd be more than happy to call him. He's probably not going to like me very much, and he's probably not going to like what I have to say. But I'm more than happy to call him if you'd like me to.
I would like you to. In fact, I think all the neighbours, every time anything goes wrong, everyone comes to me and says, "Oh, have you sorted that? Have you done this? Have you noticed all the rubbish?" And I because I don't mind dealing with it, because I want it to be nice. And we've had some new neighbours move in who are disgusted with it as well. But yes, I would love it if you could call him. But what I think would be nice is if he could be approached, sort of that I've approached you, and I was wondering if he could just deal with it and get it sorted out.
You want me to tell him, "Oi, tidy your land up,"
or else.
or else, but do it in a way where he's not going to be unhappy with you for coming to me. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I don't really mind. I'm never going to see him. He's never going to see me.
Well, you should do. You should be seeing him. He should be coming round. Then he should be maintaining his property. The local authority, I mean, the simple fact is the local authority, they do have the power to be able to, if necessary, take action against homeowners who, in this case, allow their property just to become unsightly and to have a detrimental effect on the enjoyment that everyone else has of their property.
That's really interesting, because the new neighbour that's moved in has moved into a house where she's inherited it and she's had to deal with all the stuff inside the house. And she's really keen to live in a really nice environment. It's a lovely area where we live, and we just want to maintain it. She took all her stuff out of her house that she's inherited and put it in her back garden and just outside her gate, which is all her private land. And somebody wrote to the council and complained about her. She's had 3 skips, which have cost her £300 a time. And she's in the process of working on all this. And somebody has rung, and the council have written to her and said that if she doesn't clear it up, she's going to be in trouble. And she's only been there 3 weeks.
Yeah. Well, the council
So
does
why
have...
aren't
They have the power to do it. And this is something that I'm sure, if you've contacted the council, I'm sure that if they are doing the right thing, and I would urge you to put lots of effort into speaking to your local council to ask them for help. I would
I'm being
find
triaged
out...
at the moment.
Sorry?
I'm being triaged at the moment.
Okay, well, I would certainly urge you... I would urge you to find out who your local councillor is, get them involved, get them on side as well. What I will do is call the bloke who owns the property and find out why he doesn't want to take any responsibility, and we'll take it from there, yeah?
Well, that's amazing. Thank you so much. I couldn't ask for any more.
OK, Dorothy, leave it with us. I'll pass you back to the team. We'll get some detail and I'll go and have a word with them this afternoon. Rachel purchased a bed in January 2020. It was delivered at the end of March. It cost her £2,000 for the bed and the mattress together. But there was a problem with the bed frame. When the company finally agreed to replace it, they said to Rachel that she'd have to wait another 3 months. Well, Rachel thinks it's only reasonable that if they're going to expect her to sleep with the mattress on the floor in the meantime, that they should replace the mattress as well for her. The company doesn't agree.
I didn't spend so much money on a mattress to sleep on the floor with it for 6 months before a bed come. I'm not saying my house is dirty, but it's a brand new mattress to go in my brand new bed, and it's been living on the floor. And I said, if you can't do that, just come and take back the mattress then. And then, again, they haven't contacted me back about the mattress.
Well, as you can imagine, Rachel is very, very unhappy about this. She wants the company to get things sorted out. She wants the replacement mattress, or if they're not prepared to do that, she wants them to take the whole lot away and give her her money back. Well, Rachel's back on the JVS show. Hello, Rachel.
Hi, Jonathan.
Hello, Rachel. Now, you purchased this bed. I always say this because I'm still surprised. You purchased this bed from a company called DFS. Yep. Who I didn't even know sold beds. I thought they were all about sofas, but it would appear they sell other furniture as well. And DFS said, "We sincerely apologise for any inconvenience or discomfort caused while Rachel waits for her new bed frame to arrive. The mattress and bed frame purchased by Rachel is sold in 2 items, 2 separate items, so the customers can pick and choose the options that are right for them. They are not sold as a set. We have acknowledged that on this occasion the bed frame appears to be faulty, and our team has already ordered a replacement for them. As the products come from different suppliers and the mattress is not faulty, it doesn't need replacing. Our product quality team has advised Rachel that using the mattress on a clean floor will not have a detrimental effect on its performance. We can ensure, Rachel, that the new bed frame is being exchanged for a like-for-like product and will fit perfectly with the mattress. Our team will continue to keep in touch with them about an expected delivery date." When I read that response to you, I think you very politely hit the roof and said, "I'm not happy. I don't want to keep a mattress that I've had to have all over the floor for 3 months because DFS have provided me with a frame that's faulty. It's not acceptable." And you said, "I notified DFS within the first 30 days that there was this problem, and I rejected the goods." Now, as we talked about last time, Rachel, I was most amused at the rejection letter that probably in the cold light of day might have been a little bit angry.
Yes, it was.
It might not necessarily have been written in the most business-like fashion. I think you, at one point in your initial email to DFS, called them a bunch of scammers.
Yes.
which I think is probably best not to start using that kind of expression when rejecting goods. But the important part was you had formally rejected the goods in writing within the first 30 days. And for regular listeners to the programme, they will know that you have 30 days from the date of purchase, or certainly in this kind of case, from the date that the goods are delivered to you. If there's a fundamental problem with the goods, you are entitled to reject them. So I went back to DFS and said, look, Rachel's not happy. She's already rejected in writing the product. Therefore, if you're not going to replace the mattress, she'd like you to take the whole lot away and give her a refund. DFS came back and said, we apologise unreservedly for the inconvenience caused to Rachel and her husband. We're happy to honour her wishes. We will arrange a full refund and collection of the mattress, and our customer service team will be in touch with Rachel to arrange this with her. Yeah. Well, they had indeed agreed with you that they were going to come and pick up the mattress and everything and give you your refund, and I think it was due to happen at the end of last week. Did it?
I say there was other issues, but yes, it did eventually happen on Friday. They come and collected it on Friday evening. Right. That was after, I had someone ring me and said it's going to be happening on Friday. I said, that's fine. Then I got 2 text messages during the week saying your furniture will be collected, and it stated the date. Then the day come, and I'm thinking, okay, when it got delivered, I had a time slot. I was told, okay, it's going to be morning or whatever, and I was assuming it would kind of be the same for collection. Like they would say, okay, it'll be evening or whatever. I didn't have nothing, so I was ringing up. My mum was ringing up too. Eventually, we found out that it wasn't actually booked in to be collected on Friday. And the woman said, okay, well, we can try and get it booked in on Saturday. From then, but at this point, my mum had to deal with it because I've just had enough of this bed now. My mum said, well, no, because we're a working household. You can't take another day off. We just took the whole day off on Friday to have the bed collected and no one isn't coming. But in the end, she sent someone. Right. Someone did come and it has gone. Well, hey, we haven't had the refund yet, but because it's Friday, it has to obviously be put through and whatever. So I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt yet. So no horn to be blown just yet, please.
No, okay. I mean, I was going to give them a slight honk for collecting it, but it sounds as if even that wasn't hassle-free. No. So I will hold back all of my horn. Can you please let me know as soon as the money is showing up in your account?
I will let you know as soon as that happens.
What a palaver, eh? Right, Rachel, we will talk hopefully within the next couple of days, and fingers crossed I will then at that point be able to give DFS their full horn.
Hello, Jonathan. Great to speak to you again.
Good morning, Matt. How are you?
Oh, I'm fine.
Good.
Like a butcher's dog.
Good. I gather you have a consumer problem, though. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Well, we moved in November. As you know, I lived in Luton, but we moved in November, and we now live in, I won't say where I'm living now.
Elsewhere in the country?
Yes.
Right.
We've got a dirty great tree out at the front. It's 50 foot high, Jonathan. When we moved in November, there was no leaves on the tree whatsoever. So it wasn't that noticeable. But we've had all this rain, and it's grown about another 6 or 8 foot. It is now at least 40 to 50 foot high.
The tree has grown 6 to 8 feet since November?
Since November, because of all the rain. Because I am a bit of a gardener, and I know what it means with the rain and the sun. Right. The tree is unbelievable. You won't believe it. You have to Google it to see it. But there's 2 or 3 different things. The council, I've been in touch with the council, and I said to them, could I have the tree cut down, or could I? And they said, well, we'll have to see what we can do, and nobody seems to be doing anything about it.
What kind of tree is it?
I don't know. It's just a big tree. I don't know what type of tree it is. It's huge, Jonathan.
I thought you said you're a gardener, Matt.
Well, I'm a gardener, but I couldn't tell you the trees. And I don't want to know about this tree. I'm just annoyed with it so much, Jonathan.
Right.
It's taken the light from the lounge and the light from the front bedroom. Right. That's how bad it is. Now it's all in full floor with all the leaves on there.
Yeah.
And the other thing, at the front of the garden where we live, it's a car park, and you park your car, and you daren't park your car under this tree, because if you know what.
Yeah. Get splattered in the stuff.
Absolutely. 5 minutes and your car is covered.
Okay.
I've been to the council, and I spoke to them, and I said, the next thing you're going to have is bills from people with their paint spray being damaged on their cars. I said, you will have trouble with it. And they said they were going to look into it. So in between then and now, I was looking at about 4 weeks ago, and I see a guy up the top of our road cutting some trees down. So I went to see the people up there a couple of days later, and I thought, he must be doing all the trees. They're coming down, and they cut all the trees. But he didn't come near us. So I went to see the lady up there. She said, the lady next door phoned them up because she's council tenant, and they come straight away and cut the tree down, trimmed it right back.
Well, the council obviously, if it's their tree, they have a duty of care to other people to make sure that tree is maintained, and to make sure that if it needs some attention, that the attention is given. I'm just looking at a photo of it, though. Seriously, when you bought the house, did you not notice this massive tree outside? I mean,
we noticed the tree, Jonathan, but there was no leaves whatsoever on the tree.
Yeah, but I'm looking at a photo. I presume this was taken from Google Street Map or something, and it's not in the summertime, so there are no leaves on it. But you can still see it's an enormous tree.
It's huge. I'm in the garden now, looking up at the tree, and I've got to bend backwards to look at the top of the tree, Jonathan.
Yeah.
That's how bad it is. And it's about 30 foot wide also.
And do you know whether there's a preservation order on it?
Well, I don't know, but I don't care.
Well,
all I'm asking them
you may not, but it does impact things in terms of if the tree has got a preservation order on it, it may be more...
Surely, Jonathan, they must trim these trees. If it's affecting your light in your lounge and your front bedroom, you've got a case here.
Well, you would like to think that anybody who has a tree on their land, whether this be a council or a private tenant, you would like to think that anybody would take reasonable steps to make sure that tree is adequately maintained so as not to ruin the enjoyment of other people that other people have in their homes. So, I mean, yes, I would absolutely like to think that the council will take some responsibility. So have they said they'll do anything at all?
Well, they haven't been to see me, and nobody's phoned me about it. And I've also tried
When did you call them?
Oh, weeks ago.
Right.
And I've also got in touch with my MP. I'm going to ring him again today now. He said he'd have a look into it.
Okay.
But the other thing, the final thing on this tree, Jonathan, as you can imagine, as the tree is growing, there's a lot of twigs falling. And if they fall on a child, especially if they fall on one of my grandkids, there'll be holy war.
Okay, all right. Well,
they could have their eyes out.
Yeah, but I mean, look, let's just keep this simple. The fact is, the tree is enormous. It doesn't appear that the council has done anything to maintain the tree. It's therefore out of control, and you want the council to take some reasonable responsibility for this tree, preferably cut the thing down and plant another tree somewhere else in a forest or somewhere where it's not going to affect people's enjoyment of their property. Let me see what I can do. I'll pass you back to the team.
I also said to the council, I said, I'll get one of them Hudson myself, and all the neighbours will chip in and we'll cut it down ourselves. Oh, you can't do that, he says.
No, that's why what I'm saying to you, Matt, is I think it's important to be calm and businesslike about it.
Yes.
Because
well, you know I'm very businesslike, Jonathan.
Yeah, but I think if you start suggesting to the council that you're going to go get a chainsaw and cut down their tree, I think
I
to be honest,
what you mean, Jonathan. But you know me, Jonathen. You've helped me before so much.
Right. Well, let's see what I can...
You're the man to do the job.
Well, let's see what we can do.
When are you going to come and cut my tree down?
Oh, I don't have a chainsaw, Matt, sadly. But look...
Well, I've got plenty of rope, Jonathan. I'll swing it up there and you can swing off the top.
Right. Well, listen, I'm going to pass you back to the team. We'll get some detail and
Jonathan.
We'll get a call into the council for you, okay? Kevin wanted to send a parcel over to his 2-year-old granddaughter who lives in India. It was supposed to be a relatively simple thing to do, but unfortunately it's gone badly wrong. This parcel's gone missing, and he's having no joy whatsoever with the delivery company as to what's gone on.
They've been very aggressive in a way. They haven't really been helpful at all. They've basically saying that it's with customs when they're speaking to me, but obviously that's completely different to what they're telling our son over in India. I said, can you prove that? And they said, oh, yes. And they said, if you look at the website, it proves it. I've looked at the website. What are you talking about? So they said, oh, it shows that it goes to a particular gate. I said, that's not telling me that that's showing that customs have had it. Customs have given no receipt for it. We've had no request either in England or in India for any duty to be paid. But in India, they've been getting something completely different from the delivery company. It's the delivery company who are talking to them, not customs.
What's the value of the clothes?
Approximately £80.
And how much did you pay for the sending cost?
£78 or £79. We've got the exact price.
You paid £78 to send the parcel?
Yes.
Well, you can understand why Kevin's not very happy about all of this. He's spent a fortune. And where is the parcel? Nowhere to be seen, it would appear. Well, I've been off to have a word with the courier company to find out what they have to say on this. Kevin's back on the JVS show. Hello, Kevin.
Hello, Jonathan.
Good morning. So the company concerned is DHL Express. And they've come back with this response. They say, the parcel arrived in India and was held by India Customs in line with standard practice. For customs clearance, the recipient is required to provide documentation. We attempted to make contact with the recipient on several occasions, but we have not had a response. As a goodwill gesture, we have offered Kevin a refund, including the cost of the item. We're also in discussion with Kevin to help facilitate contact with the recipient so we can try again to obtain the customs documentation required to make delivery. Now, on the face of it, that sounds very good news. It sounds as if they're going to make sure that they give you all of your money back, including the cost of the parcel, and they're also going to try and get this parcel, one way or the other, delivered to your granddaughter. Have you heard anything, Kevin? What's going on from your side?
Yes, well, thanks very much to yourself and the team. You've done a great job because I really feel they were giving me a runaround and they weren't really going to go anywhere, but I think they're actually starting to do something now, hopefully. But I still have lots of reservations about the way they're treating me. One of the major ones being really what they're telling you is not the full story. I had actually failed to mention that they had, when I spoke to you last, that they had actually told me in an email that the parcel had been destroyed by customs. But I had said that on my information I sent through to the show. So they had told me that it was destroyed by customs. But yes, if I can just run through what happened, they replied to me on Friday. Obviously Thursday was when I spoke to you on the show. Then they said that they would refund the postage cost and the insurance value. So I hadn't seen that reply on Friday until Monday because we had a busy weekend with different bits and pieces and that. So I saw it Monday and replied to them straight away on Monday. But I also said to them that I think they really need to address the rogue element, that there's a rogue element operating somewhere there by the looks of it.
Okay, look, hang on a second. Let me just cut through it. And I understand you're annoyed with the company, but let's just... the most important thing, as far as I'm concerned, was fundamentally to either get the parcel delivered or get your money back. Yes. The fact is you're sending a parcel in the middle of a global pandemic to a country that is ravaged with coronavirus. So there were always going to be the potentials for things to crop up. It's a complicated process. Now, they say that they're giving you money back. Let's start with that. Have they confirmed that they're giving you money back?
They sent me the email, yes, to say, but so that's as much confirmation as I've had at the moment.
So they're giving you the money back that you paid them, and are they also giving you the money back that covers the cost of the parcel, the goods in the parcel?
That's what they're saying. But
fantastic.
I must admit, from previous history of what they've promised and what actually has happened, it's not matched up. And they've also been telling me stories.
But listen, We must move beyond your frustration with the company if we're going to try and get this resolved, Kevin. The company have put in writing to me that they are making sure that they are going to refund you, including the cost of the item. I've got it in writing. I don't have any reason to doubt that DHL Express will indeed make sure that you are back in pocket for the money that you've spent on this. That's the first thing.
So, yes, yeah.
Now, regarding the getting the parcel to your granddaughter, they say that they have been in touch with you to try and get this documentation. Is that going to be possible? Is that your understanding of what they have requested?
Yeah, more or less, yes. They've been in touch with the receiver to get the documentation, and they've had documentation that they turned down. But I don't think it's customs, to be quite honest. I think it's a rogue element.
When you say a rogue element, what are you talking about? And be very careful, because the company have been identified before you make any kind of allegations that you're not able to substantiate with evidence.
Okay. Right, maybe I'm perhaps better not say too much more, but yeah, fair point.
Well, I mean, look, as far as I'm concerned, I want to make sure that firstly you get your money back, and if possible, for the parcel to be delivered. Now, it sounds to me as if we draw a line under what has happened previously, and I understand your frustration, and that the frustration that you've had previously has shaken your faith in this company somewhat. I completely understand that. But if we're now looking at where we are from now, it would appear that the promises and the offers on the table are positive ones.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so shall we try and be positive and hope that this all happens? Absolutely, and I will follow it through and make sure that it does happen.
Yeah, great, thank you.
Right. Okay, well, look, can you please let me know as soon as DHL Express get the money back to you?
Definitely.
Can you also please let me know as soon as the parcel arrives at the other end, and we'll take it from there?
Okay, great. Thanks very much.
Thank you. And for DHL Express, at the moment, I'm going to give you this purely as encouragement for what you've agreed to do. And I just hope, as you've heard, Kevin is somewhat sceptical. Let's hope you can prove him wrong. Now, Carla came to me. She was telling me she booked a holiday in February 2020 to go to Gran Canaria. It was a lot of money. It cost £5,899. It was for 6 people. They were really looking forward to this holiday for a number of reasons.
We'd been before at that time of year, just after my mum had passed away about 7 years ago. So we wanted to go again. It's a really nice thing for us to do because my dad doesn't want to travel on his own, and it's just a lovely opportunity to sort of remember her. So we were obviously really disappointed we couldn't go. I sent an email to confirm that it had all been cancelled and to wait 30 days. And then we got to that 30 days, and they said a similar kind of thing. Would you like to buy another holiday? So at this point, it's sort of 60 days. We said, no, we'll rather wait for, you to get all of the refunds at your end and to have the money back. And then last week, almost at 90 days, we received an email with a voucher. But the voucher is for £3,179.83. I've no idea why it's that. And it also references 1 adult and 2 children, so not our party of 6. And it says that we have a year to use that voucher. And if we don't use it by the 31st of December in 2021, we can, at that point, start to ask for a refund in cash. So I now feel like I'm being given the runaround big style.
Well, it doesn't seem fair, does it? And I promised Carla I would go and contact the company. Unfortunately, when I saw which company it was, my heart sank. And I'll explain more in just a second. Carla's back on the JVS show. Hello, Carla.
Hi, JVS.
Hello, Carla. Now, the reason my heart sank was that you'd booked this holiday through Teletext Holidays. And I've had a number of dealings with Teletext Holidays recently who've suddenly, having previously always been a company that if there were any customer complaints, and obviously when you're a big company dealing with thousands and thousands of holidays, from time to time you are going to get some complaints. And previously they'd always responded to the complaints and tried to resolve them. But Teletext Holidays, I don't know whether it was me, but they suddenly went off the whole idea of having a conversation with me. They didn't seem to want to respond. And in fact, I'll be honest with you, Carl, I found it quite rude. I was sending emails to them and I was getting no acknowledgement whatsoever. Well, I don't know how much you have been observing Teletext Holidays in the press, but it would appear your complaint and my attempts to contact with them were not alone, because a number of other people have also been trying desperately to get hold of Teletext Holidays with some answers as to what's going on. They have finally, since yours and my last conversation when I advised you to write a letter to Teletext Holidays, putting them on notice that unless they refunded you the money, you were going to take them to court. And I don't know, have you now done that? Have you sent that letter?
Yeah, I sent the letter into your programme, but I just wanted to get your feedback on it, and it's ready to go.
I see. And I think that letter was only done at the tail end of last week. Am I right?
Yes. Yeah, it's... I'm going to be really honest, it's been incredibly stressful every time I've sat down to write the letter after all this time and having gone through such a rigmarole. It makes me so cross that I will admit I have been putting off doing it. And every time I do it, I feel really vulnerable and the law isn't protecting me, and I shouldn't have to go through all of this. The law is very clear. It's refund within 14 days. It's not anything that I could have done to change the circumstances, and it's not something that I've done wrong. It feels frustrating to have to, put pen to paper, but I did.
You're not alone, though. You're not alone. And if you've seen in the news, you will see that other people have been struggling to get their money back from Teletext Holidays. I think the difference where you're concerned is that you've paid them a lot of money. We're not talking about a £400 holiday. You've paid them £5,899, huge amounts of money. Now, they have suddenly started sending me some responses. And suggesting this is weeks, if not months, after my attempts to contact them. Suddenly I've received statements saying, please find enclosed a statement for broadcast on your programme. So to be fair, here are the statements. I've received two. This is the first one. They say, Teletext Holidays have consistently stated our commitment to refund all customers as quickly and practically as possible. We've been in continuous dialogue with the CMA, providing evidence of why the refund process has been delayed. We've also provided real-time plans on how and when we can refund all customers. Therefore, we are extremely disappointed with today's CMA announcement that seemingly ignores the reality of the challenges we face through no fault of our own. The business has already refunded the vast majority of customers, and the proposals submitted to CMA detail when we can complete the remaining refunds due. We at Teletext Holidays understand our responsibilities as a package organiser under the PTRs. The sheer scale of the pandemic and the vast number of holiday cancellations has unfortunately meant that some of our customers are still awaiting refunds from us. As an online travel agency, we book holidays for our customers, and money for flights must be paid at the time of booking. We therefore do not retain significant proportions of the value within our business. Airlines are required to refund customers within 7 days of a cancellation, and travel organisers like Teletext Holidays within 14 days of cancellation. Since the commencement of the pandemic, we have and are experiencing very long delays in the collection of refunds for the consumer from airlines. Whilst still facing long delays from airlines, the company has provided shareholder investment, is still due and waiting a large VAT refund from HMRC, and these refunds have and will be used to enable the company to repay all customers using its own funds. We are absolutely committed to repaying all of our customers whose holidays were cancelled due to the pandemic. We have committed to refunding all new customers within 14 days of any new booking, and we will continue to work with the CMA to seek support and agreement to complete this process. We would like to sincerely apologise to our customers for the delay in processing their refunds at this time. Let me just cut through all of that, Carla, and put it in layman's terms. We're really sorry. Cash flow's been a blooming nightmare. We haven't had the money to refund people, and the airlines are being a pile of pants in terms of giving us the money to then give to our customers. OK? They then sent a further statement. The statement says, we are pleased that a successful conclusion has been reached with the CMA in regards to the processing of refunds for our customers who have had their package holidays cancelled due to COVID-19. Further details of the refund timescale and process that we will be embarking upon will be published on our website on the 28th of May. Okay? So the noises they're making sound positive, but have you received a single payment towards the refund of the £5,899 that you've paid?
Absolutely nothing. The last email I sent to them was when they sent me a voucher for half the amount I'd paid, and I emailed back and said, I think you've made an error here. This is not the right amount of money and the right amount of people. Please come back to me and explain what this is. I haven't heard anything since then.
And have you on their website, because I'm going onto their website at the moment just to see what has been updated since May. There is now a box that you have to put the lead passenger's surname, your booking reference, email ID, blah, 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 and put whatever you're looking for. Have you done that?
No, I didn't know about that. So
Okay.
Thank you for sharing that with me. I shall be doing it immediately.
I would suggest. Now, they say here the deadline for the payments, it's in the box on their website. What was the date of... first of all, the date on which your package holiday was cancelled, was it before the 31st of July 2020?
No, it was cancelled on the day it was due to go, on the 28th of December 2020.
Right. Well, if the date that the holiday was cancelled was in December 2020, then it says, so that would be the... So then the deadline for payment to you is the 31st of August 2021.
Well, that's hopeful, and that's, better than a voucher that I have to spend by the end of the year. So that's some progress,
it
isn't
would
it?
appear is what they have agreed to pay with the CMA, and that is the deadline. I mean, it does say here, there's a slight caveat. It does say, we will use all reasonable endeavours to pay the refunds described above in accordance with the following timetable. And then it does say, between 1st of November 2020 for cancellation and 24th of May 2021, deadline for payment 31st of August 2021. So, I mean, I would hope that you should receive that. But I think it's worth just putting your details into that form on their website, just so there's no excuse that can be given. Oh, well, unfortunately, you didn't register on the site that was set up. Make sure you get registered for it. But it would appear that, to be honest, as we had suspected, Teletext's cash flow situation has not been good. No. And as a result of that, they haven't had the money to be able to repay people. The argument they're making about the airlines, I can absolutely understand that, because I know, and I think I mentioned to you previously, I always book my holidays to Spain through a different company, not through Teletext Holidays. And I managed to get my money back straight away. Mm-hmm. But to be fair, the lady at the company, she was so furious with the airline. She said, we are not going to sell holidays that include flights anymore. Because she said the way that we, as tour operators, have been treated by the airlines, by some of the airlines, not all of them. She said there were a couple that were very good. But she said the majority of airlines have treated us disgracefully and have just not given us the money back to then pass on to our customers. And she said, we're not prepared to put ourselves in that position where we're taking the financial hit for the airlines who refuse to do it. So I can understand what Teletext is saying when they say that they're just not getting the money back from the airlines to pass on to people. But even so, I would hope that you would receive all of your money back by the end of August. As I said to you at the time, I'm going to stay across this until you do get every last penny back. Can you please keep me in the loop?
Absolutely no problem. I mean, I'm still slightly outraged that, they're talking about their shareholders in their statement, and new customers get their refunds within 14 days, but loyal customers, don't. I appreciate there's a cash flow issue, but it still doesn't sit right with me. It still doesn't sit very fairly. But yes, I will do exactly as you suggested. I'll go onto their website and I'll keep you updated.
Yes. I mean, I think by making the by making the statement that new customers whose holidays get cancelled will receive their money back within the 14 days. It's designed to be a reassurance for people to still book with the company in order to get some cash flow back into the company.
Yes, I don't think I'll be booking with them again after this experience.
Well, and that is entirely your prerogative. What I want to make sure, and I thank Teletext for finally coming back with the responses. It's a shame it took so long, and it's a shame I was met by a deathly silence from them for so long. But there we go. We've cleared up when you're going to get your refund. Please keep me in the loop and let me know if I can do any more to assist. Sam's mum is 87 and, according to Sam, is in quite poor health. She's lived in her property for 50 years. She privately owns the property. Her garden, which is quite large, has become very overgrown. And the council has been in touch with her to tell her to clear it up.
The local council have threatened her with an ASBO if she doesn't clear the undergrowth on her property by the 3rd of June. Despite me explaining several times that she's visually impaired and she can't read the letters they're sending her, they're ignoring her disabilities, and they've even taped these letters to the front door, referring to her house as the premises. So I've pointed out to them it's not a kebab shop, it is an elderly lady's home. Their current objection is that the undergrowth on her land can harbour pests such as rats, and we've had several pest treatments and we've been given no evidence to kind of back up that that's the case. To make things worse, because the back garden in particular looks unloved, neighbours have fly-tipped from like renovations and things, so the council are unhappy about that and want her to remove that waste. Wouldn't it be more reasonable to work with us on a plan that's achievable rather than say we're going to give you an ASBO?
Well, Sam says the local authority appears to be ignoring her mum's welfare in the way they're dealing with this. The local authority do not agree. Let's find out what the latest is, because Sam's back on the JVS show. Hello, Sam.
Morning, Jonathan.
As you know, I went off to speak to Welwyn Hatfield Council to ask what was going on. They came back. I will briefly summarise their response, but they said this has been going on for a long time. It goes all the way back to 2016, and there have been a number of complaints from neighbours dating back to 2016. They say that they've made every attempt possible to engage with your mum and you as a family to try and get on top of the mess in the garden, but it just hasn't worked. And they say that they have, as far as they're concerned, all options have been exhausted, and with unresolved concerns for the health and safety of Sam's mum and those living nearby, we wrote to explain that enforcement action was a necessary last resort. We sent this letter in December 2019, but despite follow-ups by officers and allowances made for the pandemic, we've seen no signs of improvement. The council has a duty to tackle rat infestations, and Sam's mum has had 14 months to carry out the necessary work. The second letter gives Sam's mum additional time for the work to be carried out before the council will have no choice but to serve notice. They then went on to say that, as always, their door is open if they can offer any assistance to you as a family. Well, when I spoke to you, you said you didn't feel as if the council had been very helpful.
No, that's right.
I said to you, well, look, how can I try and assist you? What is it that I can do to help you? Because obviously your mum, as the owner of the property in the garden, she has a responsibility. You as a family supporting her, you have a responsibility to help your mum if her health is in such a state that, you know, she requires that. However, the council, of course, also has a duty of care to you as a family to try and assist you. You said, look, there are two things that could help. Firstly, we need to know of a contractor who can do the work. There's a lot of work to be done. We need someone who can actually come and do it. And you said we also need a bit more time, because giving us until, well, it's the beginning of June, wasn't it, really, is not enough time. So I went back to have a word with the council again, and they came back to say that they were prepared to grant a further 2 weeks from the date on the letter for you to do the work, and they said that they were happy to help you find a contractor. Now, I know last time you and I spoke, we received a call from a chap by the name of John Donnelly, who's a rehabilitation officer for the visually impaired workers across Hertfordshire. and he was suggesting that your mum may be entitled to a grant to assist with the work as a visually impaired person. You were going to put a claim in with the council. How are things going from your perspective in terms of getting a contractor and getting on with the work? Because obviously the clock is ticking.
Yeah, a few things have happened since we spoke last week, and I'm so grateful for the gentleman ringing in. So straight away after the call, I got on social services, and they've actually just rang me back this morning, so I need to give them a call and catch up with them about the finance side of it. But also, really helpfully, the gentleman that rang in put me in touch with a charity who's prepared to look at doing the garden. We haven't got any firm plans, and they've just rung this morning, so I need to ring them back. But in the meantime, the council have actually issued the notice. I don't know what the extra 2 weeks was, but they have actually issued the kind of legal notice now. They didn't give us an extra 2 weeks. So that arrived yesterday. So all the work has to be done by the 18th. Otherwise, there'll be some kind of penalty.
Yeah, but that is in accordance with what they'd said, because they said if the works aren't done by the date specified on the warning letter, then she'll get a further 2 weeks from that date to comply. So that then takes you up until the 18th of June.
Yeah, I didn't realise they were going to issue the notice, the actual legal notice. They've done that. I thought they were giving us extra 2 weeks on the warning, which is something different.
No, I mean, as far as the council are concerned, the council really are saying enough is enough. This has gone on for years, and we have communicated this message to your mum and to you as a family so many times that this garden needs to be cleared, and they feel as if this is an absolute last resort. And they've also said to me that they have indeed sent across a range of options for contractors.
That arrived yesterday afternoon, so after the notice period, but they've given me a list of some places I can try. So if the charity isn't able to help, I've got some more contacts now, which is positive.
Yeah. Well, they have said that as far as they're concerned now, they've granted you the time, they've provided you with a list of contractors to help you out, and now it's down to you as a family, really, to make sure that garden is cleared to a reasonable level.
Sure. I completely agree with what you're saying, and we will be doing it. But my main concern with them is they're writing to someone that can't read their letters. So the time that they gave us wasn't really the time we had to do it, which is a point they keep missing. Even the notice has come in small print to someone that can't read it. So it takes time. I normally go down at the weekend, so by the time I've gone down at the weekend, I've lost a bit of time. So it would help if they'd actually communicate with Mum or email me. But I think that point's lost on them, quite frankly.
The other thing that you obviously need to make sure, and I keep reiterating this point because I don't want this to become something that is ongoing. You're going to need to make sure, if your mum is insistent that she stays in this property, and I mean it's entirely up to her, but from me as an outsider, I put myself in your position. If this were my dad, and my dad was living in a property with a garden that was just unmanageable, and I would be strongly urging him to think about going somewhere without the requirements and without the stress of a garden. I mean, a lot of older people do tend to move to properties without a garden because of that very stress. So I don't know whether that's something you've broached with your mum in terms of moving somewhere without the responsibility of the garden.
Absolutely. It's something we've talked about for years, but Mum hasn't been keen to do. But obviously, once we've got this pressing situation sorted, it's something we can discuss further.
Yeah, and also I would hope that your mum realises the stress that then puts on you. It's okay for her to have a view on where she wants to live. However, if that then has a knock-on impact on her family, and if you're then having to deal with this kind of nightmare with the council, I'm sure she doesn't want you to have to deal with this kind of stress because she's living in a property with a garden that she can't manage.
Yeah, Mum realises that.
Yeah. But will she listen or not?
She doesn't want us to have this stress, but I think it's the immediate situation that we need help with, and I think the rest we'll work through privately as a family to get a conclusion that kind of works for everyone, I think. Yeah,
but you see the point I'm making. If you don't get a conclusion to it, this problem is just going to, in another 6 months, when the garden is all grown again, it's all overgrown, the problem will just keep reappearing, won't it?
I agree. But what will happen if that scenario does happen? Now that they've given the notice, the council will step in quickly. Obviously, they're not going to allow that situation to go on. So,
there's no doubt about it. And it may well be that if it does reappear, if the problem reappears, it may well be that the leniency they will show in terms of the time that they're granting to get the garden cleared again will reduce substantially. So I think it's just all part of the argument that maybe a property with a big garden is not really the thing for your mum at the moment.
Yeah, I get that. that.
All right, listen, we'll stay across it. Please keep me posted with what happens, and if I can do any more to go and speak to Welwyn Hatfield Council, I'll happily do that, and we will talk. Fingers crossed that garden will be cleared. Anna's on the line. Hello, Anna.
Hi, hello.
Hello, Anna. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Oh, thank you. So during the first lockdown, I purchased a spin bike from an online company. They do have stores as well, but I bought it online using a credit card. Did a lot of research, wanted to make sure that I was getting myself a bike that has a warranty and that I'd be protected by getting a credit card and paying it off. So after about a month of use, the pedal broke on it. I contacted the service and they provided me with a new pedal and what it needs to be attached to, which is called a crank. I'm not very bike savvy. Managed to replace the pedal, used it for a further 6 weeks, and it happened again. The pedal broke and they sent me a replacement pedal with this crank thing. They didn't provide any instructions. I asked to speak with an engineer because I couldn't change the part myself. I asked for instructional videos, anything that could support me to get this fixed again. They said that they can't provide any further assistance than what they're already providing. So I've been back and forth with them because I cannot get this bike repaired. I only had it for a few weeks before it started to break and not work. I've gone back to them and said, I'm really unhappy with this. It's clearly not fit for purpose. I think it might be faulty, but I physically cannot change it. And I've had others look at it and they can't change these parts either. The parts are welded. So without being able to weld a bike, I can't do anything about it.
Well, that's very interesting. So can I, something I'm a bit confused about. I mean, you said when the pedal broke the first one,
yeah,
they sent out the part. And then you said it happened again. So did you manage to fit the first pedal and crank?
I was able to put the new pedal on the old crank. So that was quite simple. I couldn't get the crank out. This is the big issue with it, is that it's all welded.
Fine.
So I was able to put the pedal on the old one, and that worked fine. Further 6 weeks, and it was brilliant. And then it's a pedal, again, has broken. They've sent the same parts again, but I cannot fix it. And they're really not accepting that I can't fix it.
So is the actual crank broken this time, whereas first time it was just the pedal?
So it's the pedal, but part of the crank is damaged, so I can't put a new one on, if that makes sense.
Okay. I just wonder what was different about this time to the previous time. So you just can't do it, and you cannot replace the crank because that's all been welded on.
Yeah, that's it. I've sent them photographs. I've asked if I could have a video call with somebody, any engineers that I can get in contact with. They can signpost me to one in the community that they'd recommend. You know, I've bought new tools to try and fix this, but I just cannot fix it. I've gone back to them and said, I'm really unhappy with this. It's only taken a few months of use and it's broken. I don't think it's fit for purpose. Could I organise a replacement or a refund? I'd happily ship the bike to you, anything. I just don't feel that it's fit for purpose and it's, you know, I can't do anything with this bike now sitting in my home. And they have come back to said that it's under warranty for a year, so they won't do a replacement. They're not prepared to give me a refund, but they are prepared to send me parts. But I can't fix it. That's the issue, is I can't get it fixed.
Okay, and what was the date of purchase?
It was July 2020.
Okay, so we're still within the first year. I mean, not that really makes any difference anyway, because from a consumer law perspective, when you buy something, you're covered by the Consumer Rights Act of 2015. And that just states that any product that you're sold must be fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and must last for a reasonable amount of time. There's no such thing as a 1 year cut-off. So, I mean, I would certainly argue that the spin... How much was it?
It was around £200.
Now, is that forgive me, I'm talking from complete ignorance because, to be honest, I would rather cut my own arms off and eat them in a baguette than do spinning. So I have absolutely no idea whether £200 buys you a cheap spinning bike or a good quality one.
I mean, I don't know. There are some big brands of spin bikes that I'm sure others are aware of. I were just out of my budget. So I did do a lot of research to see if it seemed to be a medium range one.
Medium, okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
But it should last for a reasonable amount of time. And can I just ask, I'm going to ask you a very embarrassing question. I'm sorry to have to do this. In terms of your weight, are you what would be considered an average weight?
Yes, I'm an average weight. So that's why I bought this spin bike, is to keep myself active during the lockdown. I have to stay fit for my job, and so does my husband. So it was quite important for us to be able to buy an exercise bit of equipment that we could use. I checked the weight that it could take as well against my own weight to make sure that I wasn't too heavy for it.
No, I mean, that's a very good... It's worth bringing that in because I'm just thinking, I know from what I've seen with spinning, I mean, it just looks excruciatingly unbearable to me, but there are moments where you have to suddenly, start pedalling as fast as you can. And am I right in saying there are times where you have to kind of get up off the saddle to pedal?
Yeah, you have to stand on it as well.
So if you're enormous and you're putting all of your weight on those parts and pedaling away like a thing possessed, it may well be, if you are very heavy, that you're putting an unreasonable amount of stress and strain on that particular part, an amount of stress and strain that it's just simply not able to withstand, and that's why it breaks. So that's why I just needed to ask that rather rude question. So I'm sorry to have to do that. But as long as the bike is not being put under any unreasonable kind of weight or strain, then of course it should last for much longer than it has done. Would you like me to go and have a word with them and try and sort this out for you?
Yes, please. I've stopped battling with them now because I just don't have the strength. But I feel so frustrated seeing this spin bike in my house and I can't use. I'd just love to have a refund or a replacement or some kind of resolution.
Or, I mean, there is another alternative, and it sounds as if you kind of offered this already, but if they can organise for someone to come out and repair it for you, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah,
but,
absolutely.
Why... How on earth do they just expect an average person without a degree in metal welding or anything else to suddenly start repairing one of their bikes? It seems unreasonable. OK, look, you've done the right thing, Anna. I'm going to pass you back to the team. We'll get some detail and we'll go and have a word.
Lovely. Thank you so much.
Les came to me. He was telling me he lives in a medium-sized bungalow with gas central heating. A year ago, he was already paying quite a lot of money for his electricity by direct debit, £166 a month, which is a lot. But he was asked to pay even more than that.
They've been taking ever-increasing amounts of money by direct debit, and they are now saying that I should be paying £2,154 per month. Now, I know the problem, the reason is that their meter is faulty.
Right.
I've had this confirmed by one of their engineers, but they just will not accept it and are coming up with all sorts of excuses.
Well, Les wasn't getting anywhere, and it was very stressful, which is why he came to me, and I promised him I would go and have a word with the electricity company to find out what on earth was happening. Les is back on the JVS show. Hello, Les.
Hello, Jonathan.
Now, this is just exasperating to me because it was very obvious from your telling of the story at the very beginning. It was very obvious to me that there was something horribly wrong with your meter. And I can't work out why nobody at the company accepted that, apologised and came round and replaced your meter long before you came to my programme. Because
yes, that's right. And that's what kept us awake at night.
Well, and it's just stupid. I mean, surely at the point where, as an electricity provider, you are telling customers, or your electricity bill, your direct debit needs to go up from £166 a month, which already is a lot of money. It's more than I pay. And my electricity and gas has just gone up, frustratingly, but it's much more than I pay, to thousands of pounds a month. That should have been a massive warning sign that there was something horribly wrong with your meter. Now, I went to speak to the company. They are E.ON, and they came back with this. They said, we are aware of Les's concerns, and are already working to resolve this matter. Our engineer has inspected the meter and confirmed that it is faulty. We'll be contacting Les to arrange a convenient appointment for a replacement meter to be installed. All charges on the account are already paused while we work to fully resolve this matter. This is an unusual situation which we're working to resolve as quickly as possible. Now, that was great. It sounded positive. They also went on, just as a bit of further information, to say that the direct debit that they had set up for you, that was now on pause. It had been switched off until they'd resolved the matter. They weren't going to be taking any more money. They said that what they were going to do is they were going to come out and fit the new meter, and as soon as they'd done that, they would monitor the readings for a period of time to see how much you typically use, and then they'd be able to work out from your history how much you'd overpaid. And I said to you, Les, that I predicted that you probably would be owed quite a lot of money back by this electricity company. Now, when we last spoke, the good news was they had indeed been out. They had indeed swapped the meter over for a new one, and you were feeling much happier. But we were still waiting to hear what they would tell you owed, or what they owed you, when they'd had a chance to assess your readings. And I gather that's now come to some kind of head. What's going on, Les?
Well, they asked me if I would keep a daily record of the readings, which I did for 16 days, and then I sent them off to the company. They have used these readings to go back as far as 2017, and have calculated that I have overpaid in that time, and they will refund the overpayment.
Right, I'm not surprised that they reckon you've overpaid. Now, if I was a betting man, I would predict that you have overpaid by some kind of 4-figure sum, because the fact that you'd been paying £166 a month for a long time, and then it gone up to, what were some of the other monthly payments you were making? 200-300 quid?
Yes, it went up for 2 or 3 months to that, yes.
Right. So I'm going to predict that the amount that you've overpaid is in 4 figures. Am I right?
Yes. Shall I tell you?
Yeah, go on. Put us all out of our misery. How much have you paid E.ON more than you needed to pay them?
£6,261.29.
Good grief. Well, I bet when that letter came through confirming that, I bet your eyeballs nearly popped out, didn't they?
Well, they did actually, yes.
Yes.
Now, what the director's office has asked me to confirm that I'm happy with that and that the complaint is now settled, but in a separate communication, they've said they're going to write to me about how they will refund the money. So I don't think I should say the complaint is settled yet until I actually get it.
Hang on, what do you mean, how they're going to pay you the money? I'll tell you how they're going to pay the money. They're going to make a bank transfer of 6,000 odd quid.
Exactly. So I'm not saying yet that it's all settled, but it's very good.
Well, hang on a second. Have you got the letter there in front of you? Because the way... Because what I hope we're not going to end up having, and what would be totally unreasonable for a big company like E.ON, would be to suggest that they are going to make staggered payments to you.
Yeah. No, well, what it says, it leaves a credit balance of 6261.29 to be refunded to you. But they've also sent me an updated bill which shows that I'm in credit to that amount. Right. But it says this will be refunded and we will be contacted or writing to you. That's right.
Okay. Well, look, what I wouldn't have an issue with is if they were to say to you, well, look, you are in credit, but we would expect you to be in credit at this particular time of the year. And what you need to do is to be a few £100 in credit, Because what that then does is, as you move into the winter months and you start using more electricity and more gas, do you have the gas and electricity both with E.ON?
No, just the electricity.
All right.
I have to say that they've said that my figures are obviously based on this time of the year, and going back, they would have been higher in the winter, but they say that they are going to ignore that fact and base the whole lot on now, which I can't say fairer than that, really.
No. Well, I mean, I think if they were to leave you a little bit in credit on the account and then to give you a lump sum payment, I don't think that would necessarily be unreasonable. But let's make sure that you're going to get the 6,000 odd quid back. Would it help if I just dropped them a quick line to say, great news that you've come to a conclusion. When can Les expect to receive £6,261 in his account?
I think that would be very good, Jonathan.
Fine. OK, leave it with me. I'll drop them a line this afternoon. I'll talk to you very soon. Irene's on the line. Hello, Irene.
Hello, Jonathan.
Good morning, Irene. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
OK. Last August, I received a hot tub that I ordered and filled it up, and it worked for 6 weeks, and then it just didn't heat up anymore. So I tried to contact the company, couldn't get through. They don't answer the phone. I tried every day. Then I emailed them, and somebody answered after 2 months. A guy emailed me and said, yes, it's under warranty. I'll arrange a collection and you package it up and we'll repair it. So they eventually did that. That took another 6 weeks because the first time they didn't turn up to collect it. And then it came back after about another 6 weeks, which was then nearly the winter. So obviously I didn't really want to use it, but I tried it, filled it up, and still didn't work. So
was it exactly the same as it had been originally?
Yes. Yes, exactly the same. So my husband had to empty it all, roll it all back up, put it all in a box, and I had to try and get in touch with them again, which took another 2 months. Didn't answer the phone. It says the wait time on the phone is 4 minutes, and I've been on hold for 40 minutes, and then the phone goes dead.
Oh.
And then you might get an odd email saying, we want to help you resolve this, and then you don't hear another thing. And then finally someone said, okay, we'll arrange for collection. So I packed it all up again and it was collected. And this time they said they'd put a new thermostat in it. So it came back again. I left it in the garage for a little while because it was winter time, and brought it out in March and filled it up, and it just keeps cutting out. Did all the troubleshooting, tried to email them, no answer, and this has been going on since April. No answer on the telephone, no answer to my email, and ironically, I got an email this morning saying, hello, my name is so-and-so, and I want to resolve your problem, but then you wouldn't hear another thing, and I won't hear another thing.
Right. Well, I mean, the hot tub sounds a load of rubbish.
It is.
How much was it?
£459.
Oh, okay, right.
It's not a hard side one. It's just one of the just one of the inflatable ones.
Pop-up ones, yeah.
It's still about the right going price that you would pay for one of those.
Yes, I mean I know that if you buy what I would consider to be a proper hot tub, i.e. one that is a static hot tub, I know that you can spend thousands and thousands on them. So
Exactly. But
so
I
£459 is always going to buy you something fairly cheap, and therefore, as a result, you can't necessarily expect that this hot tub will be in your garden for many years to come, and you'll be sitting in it enjoying it, to be honest.
No, I didn't expect that at all.
No, and I was going to say, however, you haven't even had 1 year's use out of it. I mean, this has been a nightmare from the beginning. You had, I think, from what you were saying, you've had 6 weeks' use out of it.
Exactly. And
Which
the
is
rest
ridiculous.
of the time, as nearly a year this August, the rest of the time it's all been trying to correspond with the company.
Right.
And I've just not been able to, you just can't get through to them.
And when you purchase the hot tub, because sometimes with things like this, people can do it on a bit of a whim, and don't necessarily, because on a day like today, for example, when people decide they're going to go out and start buying paddling pools, and lots of shops will have sold out of them, and then they find some obscure company on the internet that's still got some for sale, and they say, oh, I'll just buy it from them. And of course they end up making a rod for their own back, because they then end up with a nightmare afterwards. Did you do your research on this company before you bought the hot tub from them?
I didn't. Because it was a lockdown, it was very hard to get hold of them.
Yeah. And have you done your research on them subsequently?
Yes.
And are you concerned that, in fact, there are lots of other people in the same position?
Probably.
Oh, but you haven't established that.
No, but
Okay.
I think there
Okay,
is.
well, that's a well. Why do you think there is if you haven't seen that on the
Because
internet?
I looked at some reviews about the company.
Right, that's what I meant. Because very often,
Yes.
when people then start having problems with a company and then they do their research, and they find a whole load of customers saying, "Oh, I bought a hot tub from this company, and it's a load of rubbish, and I tried. They've been a nightmare. They don't answer the phone." And you start to see a pattern in some of those reviews, and you think, "Oh God, I wish I'd read this
Yes.
before I ordered it."
Yes, exactly.
Which is
But
why,
at
and
the
the
end
reason.
of the day, the guy told me it was that it's under warranty, and I kept sending them emails saying, "Look, I don't want it repaired. I just don't want it repaired anymore. I'm fed up with it."
At this stage, I believe you are within your rights to say that. The law states when you purchase a product, if the product develops a fundamental fault within the first 30 days, you are within your rights to reject the goods and to ask for a refund. After 30 days, you lose your ability to demand a refund. After 30 days, the retailer, if they want to, can insist on an opportunity to repair the product. However, there does come a point where when you've given a company what would be deemed a reasonable opportunity to resolve the issue, if they are just not resolving the issue, if they're not getting it repaired, if it doesn't seem to be solving the problem, then of course there comes a point where if you were to stand up in court in front of a judge and say, look, I gave this company so many opportunities to resolve the matter and they haven't done that, which is why I'm here now, the judge will look at you and say, well, yeah, you have actually, you've been very reasonable, so yeah, give her her money back. Shall I go and have a little word with them?
Yes, please. That would be great.
I will do that. Where is the hot tub at the moment then? Just sitting in the garden, freezing cold?
Yes, just looking sorry for itself, ready to be rolled up, but they want me to send it back again. And I just, but that's going to take another 2 or 3 months for them to set that up.
Okay, quick question. If the company were to replace it with a brand new one, would you have confidence that a brand new one would be better or not?
No.
Right.
I've lost all confidence in them.
Okay, so you want your money back?
I do. And I did pay on a credit card, you'll be pleased to know.
Yeah, I mean, I think I need to go and have a word with them. I'm not going to make any guarantees that I can get your money back. If they turn round and offer a replacement, you may have to give them that opportunity. I mean, I will ask them for a refund, but if they do say, well, okay, we do recognise we've let this customer down, so we're going to send her out a brand new hot tub, then I will be hard-pressed to argue that that's not acceptable.
Okay.
But I will push for your money back if I possibly can. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Fine.
Lovely.
Leave it with us, Irene, and then if we get it sorted out, me and the team will come round with the Speedos on and we'll all join you.
Lovely.
Now, in November of last year, Joanna decided to treat herself not to a hot tub, but to a very expensive bit of kit that would help her view the night sky. She spent £700 on a brand new telescope.
One of my friends showed us with like a bird watching scope a couple of planets. You know, there's a Jupiter, there's Saturn. I was absolutely smitten. I just couldn't believe it. I could just see it. So when I got back from a holiday, I decided to go inquire about the telescope. I found a specialist shop, and I chose the telescope that was recommended by the salesman. The problem started with day one. I paid and collected the telescope. I brought it home. I opened the box, and it's not the telescope that I ordered. And then they said to me, like, oh, don't worry. It's a very good telescope. See how you go with it. And then if you don't like it, then we will exchange for the one you ordered.
Well, she didn't get on well with it. Could not get it to work at all. Joanna says she kept trying to get the company to help her, and they were just not being of any assistance at all. For a whole load of time, they didn't answer the phone, she said. She just couldn't talk to anyone. Then they sent her some instructions. She followed the instructions. They didn't work. She just couldn't get this telescope working. She said, look, I want to return it. I want my money back. Well, I went off to have a word with the shop that she purchased the telescope from. And if you've been following this story from the beginning, it's intriguing. And sometimes cases do go like this, where I feel like I'm talking about a different company and a different customer, depending on whether I'm talking to Joanna or whether I'm talking to the shop. Joanna's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Joanna.
Hello, JVS.
Good morning. Now, the reason why it just has felt so odd, and let me just recap for anyone who's only just tuned in today. When I spoke to the shop said, look, when Joanna came in to order the telescope, first of all, she was going to go for one that was much more expensive, but she decided she didn't want to spend that much money, so she went for a cheaper one. We did outline that we were having some issues at the time in terms of being able to get hold of stock, because a lot of our stock comes from China. Most telescopes are made in China. And what with everything going on with the pandemic, getting the usual stock levels that we would have has not been very easy. So we did order a telescope for her. She paid the deposit. We put in the invoice what the telescope was. But when she came to collect it, indeed, she wasn't very happy and thought she was getting a different telescope. But the telescope she's got is the one that was on the order form. He said we gave her the opportunity of either she could just leave it with us and we'd give her a deposit back and we'll sell it to someone else, or she could take it away and try it, see how she got on. And she said she wanted to go away and try it. She went away, came back to us about 4 weeks later to say she was struggling to operate it. The shop said we gave her some advice. She then came back and said she was still struggling to operate it, and she was unhappy that the telescope had not come with a handset that she thought she was getting. So we gave her a free handset to go with it. It was worth £100, this handset. We gave it to her for no cost. And actually, when she got the handset, that made it the exact same model that she thought she was getting originally. But she still wasn't happy with it. The shop said, we've offered to show her how it works, but she doesn't seem to want to bring it back into us. She doesn't want us to show her how it works. She just keeps demanding a refund. We said to her, we will buy it back from you at full cost as long as it's in good condition, but she just won't bring the telescope back to us. Well, when I spoke to you, you said, no, that's not how it was. You know, I've been trying to call them. They just don't answer the phone. It was very strange. And I'll be honest with you, Joanna, to this day, I still find it hard to understand exactly what's gone on here. But we won't dwell on that, because the guy who runs the shop said, look, if Joanna brings the telescope back to us, as long as the telescope is in good condition and we are able to resell it to someone else, we are happy to give her back the full £700 that she spent. Obviously, if she brings it back in bits or if there is stuff missing, then we reserve the right to knock some money off for that. But as long as it comes back in good condition, we will give her all of her money back. So, You were due to take the telescope in. You assured me that it's still in perfect condition. It's still in the box. It's got all of its bits and pieces with it. You were due to take it in on, I think it was Monday of this week, wasn't it?
Yes, it was Monday.
How did you get on?
Well, it went very well. Good. So we went there, made it at 2:30 p.m. We got the box. They started inspecting the box. Pieces were there, with exceptions for one. So, but we had it on a picture with my friend. We made it, evidence what we've got in a box. And so it just got misplaced with a different kind of box. So I posted to them on Monday when I go home.
So hang on, sorry, it didn't come in the box that it had come in?
I know. Such a blunt moment. We had that box of telescope and all the pieces ready for weeks, and then when we arrived there, it happens that one piece was misplaced. But it wasn't a problem. They were very good. As a company, they said no worries. We will give you the refund with exception for that amount, or funny amount for that piece. But I said, I want a full refund, so don't worry. I posted back. I don't need that piece. I posted to you the missing item. So the good news is I have received the majority of money.
So hang on a second, Joanna. So I'm sorry, the signal's not great, and I'm trying to hear exactly what you're saying. Are you saying that when you went in, there was a bit of the telescope missing?
Yes, one item was missing in the box.
Right, but did you have the missing part?
Yes, I had it at home.
Right. So why did you not go home and get it and then come back again?
Because it's a bit of drive for me. The company's about an hour away from me.
Oh, okay.
So I just posted to them.
Right.
And that should be fine. Should be with them today, actually.
Okay, so they gave you a refund minus that part. What was the part that you hadn't gone to the shop with?
So he estimated £20.
Yeah, but what was the part?
What was the part? I think like a battery back holder or something.
Right.
So it's a bit tiny one. And because I separately purchased a separate battery for the telescope, which is not a part of a telescope, then it got somehow with the different kind of box. So that's what happened. I thought the battery belongs to the battery.
Right. So again, I'm struggling to hear what you're saying. So the company gave you the money back less the part that you hadn't turned up with, but you've now sent that back. And are they then going to give you the additional £20 for that item as well?
Yes. Let's say yes. But I paid by credit card.
Yeah.
Almost £600, and I paid a deposit by PayPal. So what they've done, they paid me back the money that I paid by credit card, and the deposit, which is a bit more than £20, that I paid by PayPal. They said they will refund me by PayPal. So there's no mess in there.
Okay, and have you got the large amount of money that you were expecting? Have you now got that in your account?
Yes, I have got that in my account, which I'm very pleased about.
Great. Okay, but then there is a further.
You, it wouldn't happen.
And with that, but there is a further amount of money that you are still expecting that should come fairly soon.
Yes.
What would you like me to do? Would you like me to thank the company and to give them the full horn now? Or would you like me to retain a tiny bit of the horn for when you've got the full amount that you're expecting?
Oh, I'm very sorry to say that, but I can give a horn to your team and you. I will not give a horn to that company.
Right, but I don't think that's. I understand your frustration. But I can't say, based on my experience with that shop and with the way that they've responded to me, I can't say that that's fair, because they've answered the phone straight away. They've been cooperative. They promised you your money back. You've gone back in. It was you that went in and hadn't taken all of the parts that you were supposed to take. And yet they've still given you the vast majority amount of the money back. Do you really think it's fair to then not thank them for that?
Yes. It's my personal decision because I had been 7 or 8 months and took a lot of emails, a lot of phone calls to resolve the issue with the company, and I haven't got anywhere. I had to contact you before I went to the court because I would go to court with this company without, if you wouldn't have helped me. So I'm going to say that it cost me a lot of stress, a lot of time, and I think it was so unnecessary. Whatever reasons they have, for that kind of behavior, I understand.
But to be honest with you, Joanna, I feel very uncomfortable about that decision, because if I too had encountered the same thing that you've encountered, and if I had encountered a company that were unhelpful, unresponsive, didn't seem reasonable, then I would feel absolutely confident in saying to you, yes, let's not thank them, let's not give them the horn, because it's been like pulling teeth. My personal experience of dealing with the company, as I keep saying, it's been as if I'm dealing with a different company to the one that you're describing. They've been very, very forthcoming and very helpful and have facilitated you getting all of your money back. So, this is a first for me. In all the years I've done consumer programs, I have never had a situation where my experience with a company has been exemplary, to be honest, and yet the customer is still dissatisfied and won't let me play the horn. But if you want me to retain and not to play the horn, I will not play them the horn.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, until I probably get the full amount, then I maybe reconsider that. But at the moment, I'm still going to wait for the rest of the money, and then
all right. All right. Well, I will thank the company anyway, from my perspective, in terms of getting you that money back, and I hope that you'll get the remainder very soon. And please come back and let me know when you have got that full amount of money at that. Now, Tina came to me. Tina was telling me she decided to have a new kitchen in September of 2020. She phoned a company that she'd found online. They'd initially quoted the full cost of the kitchen at around £11,000. She agreed to pay a deposit of £3,889. But then she changed her mind, and things haven't gone according to plan in terms of getting her money back.
He asked me to sign the agreement there and then, because they're going to offer me a big discount. But before I signed that, I asked him, if anything goes wrong, will I be able to get my money back? And he said, yes, there is a cooling off period. He showed me at the back of the form. So if I put in my cancellation before then, I should get everything back. It was a couple of days later, after I've paid the deposit, and the surveyor came, and they were adding some more bits. So the price was kind of going up. So I sent the cancellation form back. This is all within the first week. And I called the salesman to make sure that the letter has been received. And then they agreed a repayment schedule to start in February, but nothing came forward.
So why has Tina not received her money back? Well, I went off to have a word with the man that runs this kitchen company. Tina's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Tina.
Hello, JVS.
Hello, Tina. Now, there are always two sides to every story, and I'm always willing to listen to the other side. And my word, the man who answered the phone on behalf of the company had another side to the story. From his perspective, he said that his business was hanging by a thread. He said, because of the virus, he said, we were closed for months. He said, my company, to be frank about it, has been killed by COVID. He said, I could just close the company down. I could just put the company into administration, but then I'd end up owing a whole load of people a whole load of money and have unfulfilled orders. And he said, to be honest with you, that's just not the kind of person I am. He said, I've worked long and hard to build this business up, and I don't want to just give up like that. He said, I've had numerous sleepless nights. He said, it's just making me ill, the whole worry of all of this. But the problem is, he said, cash flow is just a complete and utter nightmare. We don't have the money in the company to be able to pay off the debts that we owe to various different people, including Tina. So I said to him, well, okay, I hear that, and I do accept that this must be a very difficult time to run a business. However, there has been assistance that has been offered. You know, there have been business loans that you could have could have taken out to try and get you through all of this. He said, yes, he said, and I hold my hand up, there are things we probably should have applied for that we didn't. He said, to be honest, I'm now in the situation where I'm trying to just keep my head above water. I do want to carry on trading and I do want to pay Tina back, but I'm going to have to do it in instalments if she'll accept that. Well, you and I had a frank conversation and I told you what he'd said. And you reluctantly, because I completely understand you've paid him a lot of money, you've paid him nearly £4,000, you reluctantly agreed to his repayment plan of £500 a month. And the repayment plan was supposed to start on the 5th of May, and it was going to be every month. Now, when I spoke to you on, I think it was the 7th or 8th of May, you hadn't received your first payment, which, to be honest, Tina, was extremely frustrating. To not even make the first payment was really frustrating. Anyway, I chased him up and he said, oh no, there have been problems trying to get the money into your account. There was a number that was missing on the account number. But to be fair to him, when I then spoke to you the next time, sure enough, you'd received the first £500. So that's a start. But here we are now on the 9th of June. And I was contacted by you at the beginning of the week off air to say that here we go again. In June, your June repayment had not come through, which was very frustrating. Again, here we go again. So I contacted this man at the company, and I have a sneaky feeling this is probably going to have to be done every single month if we're ever going to see an end to this. I said, I'm due to be speaking on my programme tomorrow to Tina. She tells me that she hasn't received this month's payment. Is this the case? He responded straight away yesterday afternoon. He said, Jonathan, the payment is being done today. So, Tina, please tell me that here we are on this Wednesday morning, that you've received another £500 for this month.
I have, by some miracle, overnight, the money came in.
Right. So we're now £1,000 of the money back. So you're now only owed £2,889.
That's correct, which he put on his reference when he paid as well.
What, that's how much he owes back?
The balance, yeah.
Okay. Well, do you know, I think that's a good thing. Because it shows that he's recognising how much he still owes you. And there's no dispute in terms of how much money you are due back. How are you feeling? I mean, I know it's been frustrating, but at least you've got £1,000 out of the £3,889 back. How are you feeling? Are you feeling more confident that little by little with every month we are going to get this money back or not?
Not really. I think unless you chase him every single month.
Which I'm happy to.
Yeah, he won't do the payment.
Well, I've told him, and it would be disappointing if that is the case, because I made it very clear from the beginning that I'm not going away until you've received every last penny of that money back. So he needs to know that I will be talking to you after the 5th of every single month until you have received the full balance of £3,889 back. I have agreed not to identify this man or his company on the programme. I don't think that in terms of helping his cash flow situation, it would be helpful for me to do so. However, if the agreement he has made, he then doesn't stick to, I will have no alternative, because I will have a duty of care to everybody else listening to the programme, because he will not have fulfilled what he told me he would do. But I'm going to take him at his word, as I said I would do, and I try to be as fair as I possibly can. I do recognise the hardship that he says his company is under, but he still owes you the money, and he needs to pay it back. So I'm not going to provide. Well, do you know what? I'll do this. Ooh, that's it. Every month he will get one slight honk more, but I'm not going to be jumping for joy just yet. Tina, I'll talk to you in a month's time, and fingers crossed you will be saying, it's great, I didn't need to come to you to get him to have a bit of a nudge. He's already paid the next £500 in. I hope so. I hope that's the case. Tina, I'll talk to you in a month's time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Now, Peter purchased a new bike in July of last year. He said he paid just under £500 for it. 9 months later, something very unexpected happened with it.
On the 19th of April, when I was going up a hill, pedalling slowly, the bike just snapped in half. I always check my bike before I start work, and there's no issue with the bike at all. Luckily, I was all right because I wasn't on the other half of the bike. I contacted them the next day after, and they told me to look elsewhere. They told me to look on Google to find someone else.
What?
I thought that as well.
Well, Peter was very unhappy. The bike has fallen apart in a very short amount of time. He's not happy at all. Now, there was a fairly fundamental part of the story that we didn't get to hear on the programme when Peter was last on. He's back on the JVS show. Let's try and clear up that confusion now. Good morning to you, Peter.
Good morning, JVS.
Now, something that you didn't mention when you were on the programme last time is that the company has now fixed the bike.
Yes.
The problem is they charged you for doing so.
Yes.
And that's what you're unhappy about. You see, when you were on the programme before, I was left with the impression that the shop just hadn't done anything to solve the problem at all. But when I contacted them and pointed this out, they were very quick to respond and to say, in their first response, they said, Peter was provided with a brand new frame under warranty by the manufacturer. We've transferred the parts from his old bike to the new frame and we gave it a service. Peter picked up the bike last week and he seemed very pleased with it, which obviously was a bit of a surprise to me. However, it transpires that you have paid the money for that. So,
yes,
I needed to find out what you've actually paid for. Now, this is where I have some questions for you because I don't know what's been agreed.
Okay.
The company has come back and said that, yes, indeed, you have paid them some money, but you've not paid for the frame. They've said there was a standard service charge for the service because apparently you'd asked them to service the bike while they had it. They also charged £33.99 for some worn-out parts of the bike to be replaced. They said the usual £150 charge for dismantling a bike and doing a frame swap was waived, as this was a warranty job. We also supplied a free front light, as Peter's front light was damaged on his bike. So what I need to work out, Peter, from you is whether what they're telling me is correct or not. Did you ask them, while they were swapping over the new frame, because the old one had broken, which they say they've done for free, and the part was provided for free under warranty, did you ask them to service the bike?
I didn't ask them to service the bike. I asked, we had various phone calls about this, and the only options they were really offering from this warranty was to, fix the bike, when I was a bit mischieved about when they said that they didn't want it in the first place.
Okay, I'm still not understanding, Peter. Forgive me. When they said they were going to swap the frame over, was there talk of them conducting a service on the bike at that time?
I don't believe so, no.
You don't remember them?
That.
You don't remember them saying a service? And did they give you any paperwork?
No.
For the job that they were going to do?
No, they didn't say anything about any paperwork, anything with the phone calls we had. It was all last minute. They told me that there was going to be a payment when I went in store to the retailer.
Right. So at no point I'm just going to ask you questions so you can clarify in my mind whether this company has done anything wrong. When they finally said that they were going to swap the frame over for you for one that wasn't broken, did they ever mention to you any costs that you would incur for them doing so?
No.
So they didn't say that
no mention of any cost at all.
No cost at all. Okay. when you went to collect the bike...
Yep.
Did they present you with a bill?
Yes.
And at that point, did you say, why are you asking me to pay for this? I didn't ask you to service the bike, and I didn't ask you to replace any parts other than the broken frame.
Yes, that's exactly what I asked. And all they said to me was because of the labour work. I'm thinking, why would I have to pay for something that they've not mentioned to me about from this time?
Why did you pay them if you were not expecting to have to pay them anything?
I felt like I had to pay because I've heard that if you left the bike in there for a reasonable amount of time, they apparently get rid of the bike or they sell it on.
Who told you that?
I've been told that they do an extra charge as well if you leave it for...
Did they tell you that? Did they say to you, unless you pay us this amount of money, we will sell your bike on?
No, they didn't say that, but I just felt like at the time that I had to pay for it.
How much did you end up paying them?
£103.99.
They say in their response that they charged you £33.99 for some worn-out parts. What were the worn-out parts?
Well, on the receipt, they said that apparently the chains, the brakes, the cables, and the hydraulic parts.
And have they indeed replaced parts on the bike? Can you see, for example, that it has got a new chain on it and it has got new brake pads?
Yes, it does, but I'm glad that this call happened again because I've used the bike twice already and I'm feeling that there's already issues with the new bike, with the brakes and the part of the new chain. And I feel like that at some point, if I use it again, that it's gonna break again.
Right. Okay. So you've lost your confidence in the bike.
Yes.
Okay. Well, you might need to, if necessary, take the bike elsewhere to an independent bike shop for them to have a look at to give you a third-party view on whether the original repair has been done. The problem that I have, I wish that you'd come. I wish that what had happened is you'd left the bike with them, and you'd called me straight away and said, "They're telling me unless I pay the bill, they won't give me my bike back." And they didn't tell me I was ever going to have any parts, replaced. Because the problem I have is I don't know what you agreed to at the time. I mean, you say you didn't agree to them servicing it. They say you did. Did they also replace the front light on your bike because the original one was damaged?
That's very new to me because they gave me like a nasty light. Like a light that didn't work. Because they said they couldn't change it. They gave me like a NAS one that didn't work at all.
So the bike they put on there...
That's the point where I thought, okay, there's an issue here. So then that's the time that I thought I'd come to you to see.
This is a difficult one for me, Peter, because you have to understand the story that transpires actually was the truth, was different to the one that you told me originally. I had no idea that they'd actually gone ahead and fixed the bike. They're saying they fixed the bike. They did the frame under warranty. They didn't charge you for changing the frame. They say they did a service and they also charged you for some worn out parts that were necessary. You're saying that conversation never took place. I think what I need to do is to go and have a word with them again and ask them how they can prove that you agreed to this work. Although, of course, they may well turn around and say, well, if he hadn't agreed to the work, why did he pay for it?
That's what I feel like that will happen.
Yeah, and that is going to be a problem, to be honest, for me, to argue on your behalf. But let me go back and put that to them, and let's take it from there. In the meantime, can I suggest that you take the bike to another shop for them just to look at and to give you an independent view as to whether the repair has been done properly?
Okay, yeah.
I think that would be a good idea. All right, listen, I'll go and get another call into them this afternoon. You go and do that, and let's talk very soon.
On the 16th of February, I was driving home from work. I pulled up at a set of traffic lights, and I noticed that it had gone. That my clock said it was 4:30. So I thought, there's a bus lane that's got a time limit from 9 a.m. till 4:30 p.m. So I thought, that's all right. So I went down there, drove through it, thinking nothing about it. And then a couple of days later, I got a penalty charge notice come through. And I thought, I'm pretty sure that when I looked at my clock and it said it'd gone 4:30. And I'm pretty sure that I had the news on the radio, thinking it's definitely 4:30. Anyway, so the wife says to me, you've got a penalty charge notice. I thought, I can't think where that would be for. Looked at it, and I see, and it clearly shows that my van's driving through this bus lane. And then, as I looked at it really closely, it's got the time on there of 4:29 and 52 seconds. It has. And
so you were eight seconds too early, according to their clock.
Yeah. So I thought, right, I'll appeal it, because there's a shop with a clock on the wall, and they've blacked out the clock so you can't see what time it is. And I just asked them, can you send me a photo through with the clock so I can see that I clearly went through before 4:30.
So hang on a second, just so I understand. So as you're approaching this bus lane, there's a building ahead of you with a big clock on the wall.
That's right, yes, yeah.
Right, and they've blanked the clock out.
Yeah,
so
blanked it out, and they've completely blanked it out because there's two photos. One of them's got the clock blanked out, and then the other one's not shows the back of the vehicle with the time, and there's nothing, there's nothing blacked out on it whatsoever.
Do you suspect that clock, if the clock hadn't been blacked out on the photo, do you suspect that the clock would show that it was after 4:30 in the afternoon?
Yes, definitely, I do. Because I drove round, because I after this, and I checked my radio. I think, obviously my radio was a minute or so out, and when I looked at the clock said that was about a minute out as well. But it's just that it was 8 seconds, where I thought there must be a little bit of leniency, but there's obviously not. So I appealed it, and they've sent me, and I asked to see the clock, and they've sent me back, and they said that the device are taking their time from an anatomic clock, proving that their clock is correct. But it's 8 seconds. It's they send you a video of doing it, and by the time I've drove through all the way through, it's 3 seconds before 4:30. It is, and if you feel it's, if you think it's right, then I'll pay it. It's just, it's like if you go and park in a car park, you've got a couple of minutes leniency when you go and get your ticket, when you go into a car park. But this is 8 seconds, and I just don't understand.
Well, I think for me, the crucial element with all of this, because look, I mean, if the clock in your vehicle is out, that's your fault.
I know.
If the clock in your vehicle is not accurate, and you rely on the clock in your vehicle rather than the actual time, in terms of making a judgment as to whether you drive through a bus lane that has a time limit on it, then that's your problem. But I think that for me, the crucial part here, and I've been sent a photo. Thank you so much for these. This is very interesting. So let me just describe this for listeners to the programme who don't have access to this photo now. So I'm looking at a road ahead that I presume is the bus lane, yeah?
Yeah, that's all right, yeah.
And on the left-hand side, as you enter the road, there is a building with a clock on the wall.
That's right, yeah.
Now, I I think it would be perfectly reasonable to assume that many people, if they were driving down this road and they see the sign says you can drive in that bus lane after 4:30, if that clock on the wall at the side of the bus lane showed a time that was after 4:30, you'd be very likely to say, oh, it's after 4:30, I can drive down that road.
Yeah.
And why else would they have blocked out the clock from their photograph? Why would they have blanked that out? I mean, there's no other concerning things that would mean they would have to block that out unless there was someone naked standing at the window. Yeah. There's no reason why they would need to block out the clock. So why have they blocked out the clock? Is it that actually the clock provides you with evidence to support your claim that you were within the time limit to be able to drive that vehicle in the bus lane? If so, it sounds exceptionally jobsworthy to have given you the PCN, to be honest.
I know, but for 8 seconds as well. It is. That's. If it had been a couple of minutes, I can quite understand it. But I just, it's just 8 seconds. That's all it is.
Yeah.
So,
well,
the clock. I'm pretty, because I drove around and because I didn't adjust my clock in the van or anything at all, and I looked, and both my van and that clock said the same time. A couple of days later, it did. So, and that's why I asked them if they could send me a photo with the clock in the background, so I could prove, that I drove through after 4:30, and they've just rejected my claim and said our clocks are anatomically. Anatomic clocks. So, and that's it. They've just had their decision.
Well, it's a very intriguing one. It's a very intriguing one indeed. Would you like me to go and have a little word with I presume it's a council that has given you this?
It is. Okay. It is a council, yes, please. Yeah, if you will.
Let me go and have a word with the council. Let me ask them whether they feel satisfied with having given you this penalty charge notice. And let me just ask them, for me, the crucial information is why would they block out that clock? Yeah. And if the answer to why would you block out the clock is that the clock was telling the wrong time, do they accept that a clock on the wall with the wrong time at the entrance to a bus lane that has a time limit is very likely to cause confusion in most sensible, right-minded people's minds? Because I think it's perfectly reasonable if you're approaching a road and there's a dirty great clock on the side of the building saying, 4:35, and you're thinking, oh, it's okay, well, I can drive in there then. It says 4:35 on that clock. Why would you doubt it? Why would you say, well, hang on a minute, that clock might not be 100% correct, and therefore I'd better not drive down that lane anyway? I mean, that's my personal view. I don't know what other people listening to the programme think, but... Yeah. That's my personal view. Right, leave it with me, Steve. I'll pass you back to the team. We'll get some detail, and I'll get a call into the council for you.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. Thanks.
Hang on there, please. If you're listening to that and you do want to share your views, if you don't agree with me, if you don't agree with my assessment of that, I'd like to know why. What are the things that you think I'm missing? Amy came to my programme after she purchased an exercise bike using an online voucher company. When the bike turned up, she was exceptionally disappointed.
The bike arrived in good time, that was fine. Put the bike together and it was absolutely not fit for purpose at all. So basically the bike pedals didn't actually work. So when you turn them, the wheel didn't turn. There were bits missing. There was bits that were bent. The seat, the handlebars were all quite loose. Even when sort of completely tightened, it was just really poor condition, really, and was obviously very unhappy with that.
Well, she went back to the company. She went back to the voucher company. She also went to the retailer. The retailer said, OK, well, if you send it back to us, we'll give you a refund, but we're going to charge you £40 for sending it back to us. She said, but it's not fit for purpose. It's all damaged. And they said, well, I'm sorry, but you still owe us £40. It's ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. I've been off to speak to the companies concerned. Amy's back on the JVS show. Hello, Amy.
Hello, Jonathan.
Good afternoon. So let's take this in components. First of all, you purchased this through the company Woucher. Now, I was getting a bit grumpy because Woucher had not provided a response in time for the programme, if you recall. That has now changed, I'm pleased to say. And to be fair to them, their response seems helpful. It's a shame that it wasn't timely and it didn't arrive in time for the programme, and it's a shame that they hadn't arranged all of this with you before you came to my programme. The company you purchased the exercise bike from is Bing Bang Bosch. Bing Bang Bosch seem to have got themselves in a complete pickle in terms of what you're entitled to. They started off by talking about the Consumer Contracts Regulations, which provides customers with an opportunity if you are buying something from a mail order or internet company. If you change your mind, you are within your rights to return the item, normally at your own cost, to get a full refund. And as I say, it's normally your own cost returning the item. But it is not reasonable for a retailer to expect a customer to pay for the courier cost or the postage cost, depending on the size of the item, to be returned if it's faulty. It's completely unacceptable. Now, they did seem to recognise in their response that they'd made a bit of a mistake, and whoever it was in their customer service department who dealt with you had categorised your complaint as a return under the Consumer Contracts Regulations rather than a return because of a faulty part, component or components. So they said that they were prepared to come and collect the bike and they were going to give you a refund. They didn't categorically in writing confirm that it would be a full refund, but I think we can assume that that would be the case. I would certainly be absolutely furious if it wasn't the case. In the meantime, as I say, Woucher then did come back. Woucher said Woucher was disappointed to learn of this customer's unfortunate experience with one of our merchants. This is not reflective of Woucher's practices, nor those of its merchants more generally. We have assisted the customer in resolving this issue, and we shall be speaking to the merchant involved to ensure this does not reoccur. So that's good. Trouble is, when I spoke to you, the company was due to come and collect the exercise bike and they didn't turn up on Friday of last week. Very, very annoying. As you know, I've been back to them. You've been back to them as well, and I gather things have now happened. What's going on, Amy? Bring us up to speed, please.
Yep, so thankfully the bike was actually collected yesterday morning, so I'm really pleased about that. So that has now gone. I've now got my full refund through Woucher. They've processed, I'm really happy about.
Good. Okay, so it's all sorted. Amy?
Oh, sorry, you broke up.
Yeah, well, you vanished. So it's all sorted as far as you're concerned?
Yes, it is, yeah. So I haven't heard from them since, but they have collected it. So as far as I'm concerned, that's good news. Right. Well, I'm absolutely delighted that they've sorted it out. It's a real frustration that all of this was necessary. However, I'm pleased that we got there in the end. But what are you going to do about an exercise bike? Because it still leaves you, okay, you're back with the money in your bank account, but you still haven't got the exercise bike you wanted. I know. Well, I will be purchasing one, but I will be doing a bit more research as to where I'm going to be buying that from.
Oh, Amy, your signal, sadly, is clinging to the wreckage. I think we'll have to leave it there. But listen, I will thank Woucher. I will thank Bing Bang Bosch for finally getting the bike collected. I will give them the horn. If you have any other problems, you know where we are, okay?
Thank you very much, and thanks for all your help.
It's Ricky's on the line. Hello, Ricky.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hi, Ricky. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
That's right. I'll start from the beginning. I run a flooring business. I'm a self-employed sole trader, and I supply and fit flooring. I've got a regular customer. I fitted a floor for 3 years ago. She contacted me back in January this year because she had a bed delivered by a furniture company. The delivery guys had taken it upstairs but damaged all the flooring on the stairs. So it's laminate on the stairs. So they damaged pretty much every step, 13 steps in total.
Had you done the floor originally for her?
I did do the floor originally, yes.
Oh, so this bed company damaged your workmanship?
Basically, yeah.
Very frustrating.
So I went round there, took a look, and gave her a quote, and she sent it over to them, and then they said they will deal with me direct. So normally, what tends to happen normally is I send an invoice to her, she'll pay me, then she gets reimbursed by the company. But for some reason, it didn't work like that this time around. They didn't. I don't know why.
But I sent
Well, hang on a second, because what I need to make sure has been followed is the correct process. So she sent over the quote, your quote, to this bed company, and the bed company said they would deal directly with you.
That's right.
Right. So did you hear from them?
So they called me and agreed the price.
Okay.
I did the work a few weeks later. So this was back in February. I carried out all the work. It was all finished on that day. She was satisfied. It was all done. She even sent an email to them to confirm that she was happy with the work. And then I send them the invoice. So my terms on my invoice are normally 7 days for most of my customers. But I understand that big businesses have certain payment days each month. So I left it for 4 weeks. Never heard anything. Chased them up. It's a distribution department of this company. Chased them up. He said he'll sort it out. It's been 15 weeks now, I think, 15 or 16 weeks.
Oh.
And every fortnight I've been calling and emailing. He's been replying to me. But he said the finance department is based in a different county and he couldn't deal with it. He was the manager of the distribution department.
Right.
He said he couldn't do anything because it's down to the finance department.
Very frustrating. Very frustrating
It's not
indeed.
a lot of money. It's about £480. So it's not a huge amount of money.
Oh, it's still 480 quid that you're owed.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean, it was due obviously last tax year as well, so it sort of messed up my my taxes as well. But that's a different problem. But yeah.
Right. Okay. So the company just haven't paid you, and I presume if the company had said they were going to pay you directly, I presume you agreed to that. You didn't,
That's right. Yeah, I agreed.
Because ultimately, if your client had said to you, "Oh, please go ahead with it," if there was then any kind of issue, obviously your client is then the person that's employing you. But it does sound to me from the story you're telling as if the company, they said, "Yeah, okay, that's fine. We're going to deal with you directly. We're going to pay you directly. Please go ahead with the work. You start it. Send us the bill when you're finished, and we'll pay it." Yeah.
That's right.
And it hasn't happened, right? Well, it's not on.
It hasn't happened.
Right, okay, can you leave it with me? I'll pass you back to my team, we'll get some detail, and I'll contact them this afternoon and find out why they haven't paid your bill. What a cheek.
Thank you very much.
All right, Ricky, leave it with me. I'll pass you back now. Now, Sarah came to me. She was telling me her cat developed a limp. So she took him to the vets. He's called Bagheera. Originally, the vet said that it might be a bit of soft tissue damage, and I think they sent him away with some painkillers, and Sarah said it was told that if it was still carrying on in a few weeks' time to bring him back. Well, it did carry on. So she took Bagheera back to the vet. This time, the vet suggested an X-ray should be carried out. But when the images came through, well, they had some disturbing news for Sarah.
They said they had to redo the X-rays as they weren't done properly the first time. The day after that, I had the vet call me to say that, unfortunately, he thought it was cancer of the bone. He thought that the leg needed to be amputated before the cancer spread to the rest of him. He said that we could do the biopsies, but they would take too long, and by that time, like I say, it could have spread. So I decided to go ahead with the amputation. He had that done 4 weeks later. I got them the results because they sent a biopsy of the bone off to get tested. And then the vet rang me to say that it actually wasn't cancer at all, just an infection. So it didn't actually need to be removed in the first place.
So Sarah's not at all happy. She feels as if the vet has made a mistake with his diagnosis. And as a result of the mistake being made, poor old Bagheera has lost one of his legs when he didn't need to lose one of his legs at all. Well, I've been off to have a word with the vet. What's the vet had to say for themselves? Sarah's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Sarah.
Hello.
Hello, Sarah. Right, so I had a long conversation, and what I've agreed with the vet is that I would relay that conversation to you before we decide the best way to proceed from here, okay? So what the vet has said is that when you took Bagheera in, he was severely lame and in pain. They initially, as you'd already said, they thought that it was just a pulled muscle or something along those lines. So they sent you home with the painkillers. You then came back, and this time when you came back, he was much worse. The lameness and the pain was pretty extreme. So at that point, the vet started to be very concerned as to what might be going on. The vet conducted x-rays, and when they looked at the x-rays, the vet said that the x-rays demonstrated what appeared to be an aggressive tumour in the bone. It looked just like an aggressive tumour would look on the x-rays, and because poor Bagheera was seemingly in so much pain and seemed to be quite ill with the pain as well, and it had obviously rapidly deteriorated in terms of his condition, the vet at that point, based on the x-rays, put 2 and 2 together, and I'm assured by the vet came up with a perfectly reasonable conclusion of 4, that in fact Bagheera had an aggressive cancerous tumour in the bone of his leg. So at that point, the vet, with the best of intentions, suggested to you that the best way to deal with it was rapidly to amputate the leg. Because what the vet didn't want is for what he suspected to be an aggressive tumour at that time to very quickly spread into the rest of Bagheera's body. So it was agreed with you, and the vet was very keen to point out that they felt as if this had all been a discussion between you and the vet, and it was a grown-up discussion at that time based on the evidence in front of you both in terms of what the x-rays were demonstrating. Now, after they'd amputated Bagheera's leg, apparently as is normal, his leg was then sent off for analysis, and it was at the point that his leg was then sent off for analysis that they realised that in fact what had looked like an aggressive tumour in the bone was in fact what they're describing as an aggressive infection in the bone instead. Now apparently this is very, very rare. It's very rare for an infection in the bone on an animal, and on the x-ray it looked just like a tumour. The vet has said that they made the decision with Bagheera's best interest at heart. They felt that the alternative at that point in time, the alternative to amputation, was that Bagheera's life would be put at risk. And it was for that reason that they decided to proceed with your agreement in amputating Bagheera's leg. Well, the problem is, Sarah, I can see this from your perspective as well, because you're not the expert. You're putting your cat's well-being in the hands of the vet. The vet has gone to, veterinary school for many years to train to become a vet, and you must rely on their expertise.
Of course.
What I think we need to try and work out is whether or not that vet's verdict at the time was a reasonable verdict. If you are still dissatisfied, if you still feel as if the vet actually made a mistake, you're going to have to get a second opinion. You're going to have to get a second opinion from another vet. Now, have you approached any other vets to speak to them about the situation and to get some advice from them? Because this particular veterinary surgery, they have said they are more than happy to share the x-rays, they're prepared to share all of the medical notes, they're prepared to completely cooperate with another vet if you want a second opinion on this.
I think it would be interesting to see what another vet said. I do believe that the vet did what they thought was best, but whether another vet would have said the same thing would be interesting to know.
Yes, I mean, I get the problem with this is that if ultimately you agree that the vet did what the vet thought at that time, based on the evidence in front of the vet, was the best thing to do, I understand it's unfortunate that Bagheera ended up losing a leg when ultimately you feel he didn't need to lose a leg. But is the vet really to blame for that?
I think the fact that it is so rare, and they did tell me on 2 occasions that they've never seen this before in a cat at that surgery, maybe that might have been a red flag to think, well, actually, is this the case if it is so rare? Yeah,
but I think what they're suggesting is rare is an aggressive infection in the bone. I don't think a tumour in an animal's leg is that rare. I think that they do see that, but the X-ray looked like a tumour. It did. What they've said is exceptionally rare is for what looks like a tumour to actually turn out to be an infection.
Yeah, 2 members of the staff had said to me, throughout his treatment that they'd never seen this before in a cat with regards to the cancer.
No, I think there's some confusion there because, if you think about it, of course, vets see cancer in animals all the time, unfortunately. The cancer is not the rare bit. The rare bit, according to the vet, was the fact that what looked identical to a tumour in his bone turned out not to be a tumour but an infection. That's what they say is so rare. It's not something that they generally see, and they said that it was genuinely surprising to them when the analysis of his leg came back and it demonstrated that what appeared on the X-ray to be a tumour was in fact an infected part of the bone. They said that was so unusual. But I think from your perspective, you need some peace of mind. What I would say to you though is that you are probably going to have to pay for that peace of mind.
Yeah.
So what I would do in your position, and it's obvious that you want to get the second opinion of a vet, what I would suggest you do, and I know the area that you are in, and I know that there are lots of vets in your area, what I would suggest you do is to approach some of those vets, to explain the situation, and to make it quite clear that you are looking for a second opinion from a vet, and it is something that you are prepared to pay for. Now, if the second opinion comes back and has exactly the same finding as the original vet, that in fact it was a perfectly reasonable assumption to make based on that X-ray, that he had cancer and to remove his leg was the best option, then I think you're going to have to accept that the amount of money you've paid for the second opinion is something you're going to have to absorb yourself.
Yeah.
If, however, the second opinion comes back and says, that's ridiculous, we've looked at the X-ray and it's very clear that this is an inconclusive X-ray, and if I were the vet, I would certainly not have started amputating the cat's leg at that point. I would have carried out further checks. I would have done further tests to see what was going on. Well, I think at that point you have a very good ground for not only making a formal complaint about the vet and asking for your money back that you've paid to the vet, but also asking for the money back for the cost of the second vet to give you the second opinion.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so that's what I would advise you to do. So I would make contact with some other vets. If you have any problem, please come back to me. But I would try and get a second opinion. And can you let me know what the second opinion states, and we'll take it from there. Now, Dorothy lives near a property that's rented out, and she says this property that is rented out is really letting the area down. It's rented out by a local company. And the garden, in particular the garage area, has been turned into a dumping ground.
One of the flats has never, ever taken care of their property, and the garage is all derelict, and people have started dumping rubbish in there. The garden is overgrown. And, of course, the more people dump rubbish, the more people dump rubbish. I've retired last year, and I've had a lot more time to assess things. And it's just really, really upsetting me now. It's just disgusting. I'm embarrassed for people to visit me. Going back many years when it first became derelict, because it was owned by a private person and then it was taken over by an agent, I did call him and ask him if he would tidy it up, and I was told in no uncertain terms not to interfere, and it's none of my business.
Well, having had a conversation with this man that runs this company, I can absolutely understand what Dorothy's talking about. She's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Dorothy.
Good morning, JVS.
He's a right charmer, isn't he?
Oh, absolutely.
Good Lord.
The sort of person, you'd want to have a conversation with.
Well, I have, as you can probably imagine, doing this programme, I have a variety of interesting conversations on a daily basis. This was certainly a very interesting conversation I had with this particular man. I think it's safe to say, and I think it would be fair to say, that his response was instantly aggressive. He accused me of threatening him, which I wasn't really. I was just simply saying to him that I'm investigating the complaint and I wanted to give him an opportunity to respond in order for me to be able to establish what's going on. But he was instantly very defensive and very aggressive. Subsequently, he said he didn't want to have a conversation with me and that I should put everything in writing to him, which I then did to outline the issue. He has said, and let me just read this response. He says, as discussed, we are the leaseholders of the ground floor and are not the freeholders. Can you please confirm if this garage is demised to the leasehold or the freehold demise, as this will determine ownership rights? The garages are at the rear part of a service road, which may indeed not be adopted, or a public right-of-way, and fly tipping is endemic in this town. I would suggest, as discussed, that Dorothy contacts the local council to complain. If there is a valid issue, the council will make an order for the removal. Lastly, there are probably over 1,000 sites in this town with rubbish fly-tipped. It is endemic, and it's an ongoing problem. Any rubbish cleared away is likely to return within days. As stated, this is a rear service road and not even a public right-of-way. I'd be more than happy if all of the properties using this service road wanted to contribute to restricting access to stop this type of unsocial behaviour. Trying to blame a remote landlord or freeholder for a local social problem is not addressing the actual issue, and would concentrate time on either addressing the fly tippers who created the problem, or stopping this happening in the first instance by restricting access to the service road. Both myself and the freeholder, depending on who the garage belongs to, rent the properties on tenancies where the responsibility for maintenance is on the tenants who use the gardens and garages. So why has Dorothy not contacted them, and why are you not in contact with the actual occupiers of the property who hold that responsibility? Lastly, if you can please ensure your facts are correct before you attribute any blame, and whose actual responsibility the maintenance is, as discussed. If this is our garage, then it's the freeholder's contractual responsibility to serve a notice of disrepair. If it is the freeholder's, then it's the responsibility, and lastly, this may well be the ultimate repairing responsibility of the occupiers under their tenancy. Please be aware if any slander, written or verbal, are attributed wrongly to my company, we will be instructing solicitors for damages, so please ensure your facts are correct before you say or broadcast your opinions.
Wow.
He's a charmer, isn't he?
Well, while I can remember, he is totally wrong. It is an adopted road. It isn't a service road. It is owned by the council and it is maintained by the council. So there is no way that road would ever be blocked off because it is a through road. It's a proper road.
I see.
Yeah.
Now,
and I don't know who the freeholder is.
Okay. I mean, what I was going to say to you is, what is very clear from the response that has come in is there is absolutely no way this guy and his company are going to do anything in terms of resolving the problem with the garage and the subsequent rubbish that is being dumped there unless they are forced to by the council. It's very clear. I mean, you can tell from the response.
Yes.
Firstly, he doesn't think this has got anything to do with him. From a neighbourly perspective, he's not remotely interested in what's going on. This is this as far as he is concerned. This is not something that he needs to take any responsibility for whatsoever. And I just know, I've spoken to people like this before, there is no point. No. There is no point in wasting any more time and effort in pursuing him. What we need to do now is to speak to the council, and if indeed it is his responsibility, the council are going to have to take legal action against him and his company in order to get them to do whatever is necessary.
Yes, I totally agree.
So, there are when you're having a battle like this, it's important to understand your opponent, and it's also it's important to understand the best way of dealing with that opponent, because otherwise you end up wasting a whole load of effort and energy, and it doesn't actually get you any further forward. So I think what we need to do is to focus our efforts on the council and see what the council are going to do, and if necessary, if indeed he is responsible for the land. I mean, he wouldn't tell me who the freeholder was, which, as far as I'm concerned, is just being obstructive, isn't it, really? Because if you're saying this is nothing to do with me, this is to do with the freeholder, but I'm not going to tell you who the freeholder is. I mean, it just puts you in a very difficult position. He just kept saying, oh, well, you can find that out from the land registry. Have you tried to find out who the freeholder is?
No, I mean, in all honesty, I came to you and the council first because I just want to get it tidied up. But I need to find out who the freeholder is. And I need to wait for a response from my letter to the council.
Yes, you do. And what I would be more than happy to do is to throw my support behind you to the council when they come back to you. I think it's only fair that they have an opportunity to respond to you formally first.
Yes.
And we take it from there. Do you, out of interest, do you also have home insurance?
Yes, we do. Yes.
And as part of your home insurance, do you have legal cover?
I do indeed.
Okay. It may well be worth, and just to keep your powder dry at the moment, but it may well be worth contacting your legal cover and explaining the situation to see if there is something that can be done from a legal perspective as well. Because, as I say, this kind of individual that I spoke to, he's not the kind of bloke that will say, do you know what? You're absolutely right. We own this property. It's a business. But that also means that we are neighbours of Dorothy and other people there. And we want to be reasonable. We recognise that the land that we own and we make money from, we recognise it's an absolute pigsty. And unfortunately, it's encouraging more rubbish to be dumped there. So we want to work with the local owners. We don't want to be bad neighbours. We want to work together and try and clear it up. He's not that kind of person.
No, I was hoping he would be.
No, he's not. He's not remotely interested. And until that man is dragged, kicking and screaming through probably a legal route, there's no way he's going to do anything.
Okay, well, I need to find out a few things, don't I? But he's certainly wrong about that being a service road. It is not a service road. Yeah. So he hasn't got his facts right either. Okay. And I need to get my facts right with who the landowner, the freeholder is, and do a little bit more research.
Yes.
And may I come back to you when
I would absolutely like you to come back to me, because I want to follow this story all the way through until its conclusion. There are various different bits of legislation that the local authority can utilise in terms of dealing with people who own land or properties that fail to take reasonable care and responsibility. I mean, for example, I would suggest, just looking at the photos you've sent, I would suggest that it looks very, very possible that you may well have a vermin infestation there.
Possibly, yes. I haven't witnessed anything, but I'm sure we have.
I would suggest, just looking at these photographs, this looks ripe for a vermin infestation. Should there be a vermin infestation, the local authority would be duty-bound to take action. So it may well be well worth you keeping your eyes peeled and obtaining any evidence of potential vermin that may be living in all of that rubbish.
Well, now I've got the measure of him, which was what I thought we'd get, but hoping that we wouldn't get, then I'm certainly not slandering or libelling anybody.
Well, it's not, I mean, just to correct him, and I'm sure he's not the kind of person that likes to be corrected, and he was very keen to point out his expert knowledge of the law when it comes to property. As you can probably imagine, I'm quite an expert in terms of libel law, and it's certainly not slander, it is libel. If it is broadcast on the radio, it would never be slander, it would be libel. Okay. So just so we're quite clear, if he wants to accuse anybody of libeling him, it would be libel, not slander.
Not slander, yeah.
Okay, well, look,
Oh, it's interesting. Thank you so much for your efforts.
Well, I'm going to stay across this, and I want you to please keep me in the loop.
Yes, I
and
will.
if necessary, I will go and speak to the council as well. Just out of interest, have you also involved your local MP in this?
Not yet. You put that idea in my head last week when I spoke with you.
Yeah.
So that is something I'm going to look into.
Yeah, I think it is well worth you drawing upon everything you possibly can, because I sense you have a battle on your hands here.
Yes.
It's a shame. It's a shame that people end up putting others in a position where they have a battle on their hands, but sometimes that's the way things go. So I would suggest that the council, your local MP, your legal cover through your home insurance, all of those things will assist you in terms of dealing with this. But let's see what happens. Let's see how the council respond, and we'll take it from there, yeah?
Perfect. Oh, thank you so much, Jonathan. I really appreciate your efforts. And I'm glad I wasn't wrong in my judgment of him.
You certainly weren't. I realised within the first 15 seconds of having the conversation that it was going to be fun and games.
Oh, lovely.
And I deal with lots of difficult people, and he was certainly the most difficult on that particular day. Anyway, Dorothy, listen, we will keep in touch. I'll talk to you very soon.
Thank you so much. Speak to you soon.
Thank you. All the best. Now, Anna is a bit of a glutton for punishment. She wanted a spin bike. Well, who on earth would want to do spinning? Anna did, that's for sure. So she purchased one she found online. Well, it cost her £199, but it hasn't lasted very long.
After about a month of use, the pedal broke on it. I contacted the service and they provided me with a new pedal and what it needs to be attached to, which is called a crank. I'm not very bike savvy. Managed to replace the pedal, used it for a further 6 weeks, and it happened again. And they sent me a replacement pedal with this crank thing. They didn't provide any instructions. I asked to speak with an engineer because I couldn't change the part myself. I asked for instructional videos, anything that could support me to get this fixed again. They said that they can't provide any further assistance than what they're already providing. So I've been back and forth with them because I cannot get this bike repaired. I only had it for a few weeks before it started to break and not work. I physically cannot change it, and I've had others look at it and they can't change these parts either. The parts are welded.
So, I mean, it seems ridiculous, doesn't it? I mean, if Anna can't fix it, what on earth does the company expect her to do? Take up a course in welding? Anna's back on the JVS show. Hello, Anna.
Hi, hello.
How is your welding? Are you any good at welding?
I didn't even try. I thought, no, too much of a fire hazard.
I don't blame you. Now, the reason why the first replacement part worked and you were able to fix it yourself that time and yet not the second time is that apparently the first time you were able to just take off the pedal from the new crankshaft, or call it whatever it is, and attach it to the existing crankshaft. But now, the way it's broken means that you can't simply just replace the pedal. It does involve the whole lot being replaced.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, it's just ridiculous. I don't think most consumers will be perfectly understanding if there's just a little something that needs to be swapped over on something, and by swapping that over, it then makes the product work. But when it comes to substantial parts, substantial components, then it's totally unreasonable to expect the customer to carry out their own repair. And if they are unable to do so, I don't think it's too much to ask that the company organises for somebody to come out and repair it for you if they're not prepared to take it back and give a replacement. Well, I went off to have a word with this company on your behalf. I explained the situation and I made it very clear to them that you ideally would like your money back, but if not, you would certainly like them no longer to be talking about repairing the product, but to just do a straight swap with a brand new one for you. Mm-hmm. Well, they have come back to me and have suggested that they have now been in communication with you, and according to them, they have resolved this situation to your satisfaction. Have they? What's gone on?
So they offered me a replacement, a straight swap, and I said, could I have a refund, please? So they have sent me a courier's information. I need to just take the bike apart a little bit, and as soon as a courier has picked it up, they're going to send me a full refund.
Oh, right. So they did agree to that.
Yeah, they've gone for full refund, which is brilliant.
Oh, that's good. And did they give any information as to why you'd had this same recurring problem with that particular part?
Not at all. All they said, they asked who I had spoken with, and I said, it's your tech team, I don't know. And they just said, oh, okay, well, we'll just do a swap or a refund. Like it was the simplest thing in the world, and I hadn't been battling for 8 months. So there we go.
Well, there you go. They obviously decided they wanted you and me off their backs.
I think so.
Well, I'm delighted with that. Well, look, I tell you what I'm going to do. Listen to this. About half of the horn. They'll get the rest as soon as you've got your money back. When is it due to be picked up?
I'm going to try and do it over the weekend, and I've got a bit more time to try and take the bike apart a little bit. So that's another challenge, but that will be fine.
Well, fingers crossed, you'll be coming back to me next week and saying, yeah, they've got the bike back and I've got the money back in my account. Can you please keep me posted?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for your help. I can't believe it's taken 24 hours to sort it out, and it's been 8 months for me, but I'm so grateful for you and your team taking this on. I'm honestly so grateful. Thank you.
It's an absolute pleasure to help you, and hopefully we'll be able to conclude it all next week. Hello, Paulina.
Hello. Hi.
Good afternoon. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Basically, in May 2014, me and my husband, we purchased the sofa bed. And ever since, we are using that daily. We are sitting on it and we are sleeping on it as well. And obviously, after a while, the sofa gets flat. The form is very uncomfortable. It's basically very unpleasant to sit on it. So we decided to go back to the producer and ask them, can we use our 10-year guarantee, which we was offered on the day of the voucher. Someone replied to our email saying that sofa is not under guarantee. That sofa is only 1 year guarantee, which I was shocked because I've got the leaflet in my hand saying that sofa I've got the 10-year guarantee. So I emailed them back with all purchases, with the pictures of the receipts and the leaflet what I've been handed on the day of the voucher. And after that, they reply, okay, your sofa is under guarantee. We're going to send someone to inspect the sofa to take the pictures. Meanwhile, they also told me to send a lot of pictures, which I did. So after a few weeks, maybe 4 or 5 weeks, finally someone showed up. That was a man from different company, and he inspected the sofa as well. He took a lot of pictures where he was pointed with the little arrows where the main problem is with the sofa. And he offered me, he offered me if I were willing to take the reparation. And to be honest, I wasn't sure if what I need to do.
So hang on, sorry, just so I understand. Yes. So this chap who came out, he said that it could be repaired.
Yes,
right.
Or I can refuse as that my customer right. But I wasn't sure, so what to do. So I say, basically, I didn't say yes or no. And he said he will send that report to that store, and then they will contact me. After, I think, 5 days, they contact me saying, before that, they send the text message on the phone saying, oh, your sofa is not under guarantee again. So I was, again, a bit shocked. So I emailed that person who I was dealing with before. And the person says, sorry, that's misunderstanding. Again, your sofa is under guarantee. But because you refuse reparation offered by that technical, we can do nothing about it in that case. Best regards, and basically that's it. So I was a little bit shocked because I was expecting someone to call me from the customer service to call me and explain my customer rights, what I can do, what they can do, and I was hoping someone try to find some solution, but obviously it looks like they they do care about it to help me.
So let me just establish some of the facts for myself. You purchased this sofa bed in 2014, 7 years ago.
Right. Correct.
How much was it?
£445.
Okay. And when did you first start having the problems with it?
Oh, it was, I would say, a year ago already, but we was dragging that,
So it lasted for 6 years. It lasted for 6 years before you started to notice problems. And when you did notice problems, what were the problems?
The main thing is the seating area. It went very flat, and it's very uncomfortable to sit and or laying on it. This is the main problem.
Okay, and you use this sofa bed every day?
Right.
To sit on?
Sit on and sleep on as well.
You sleep on it and you sit on it?
Yes.
Right. Every day? For 6 years, and then you noticed the sofa was going a bit flat?
Correct.
Right. Do you not think you've had quite a reasonable amount of life from this sofa bed? Because sofa beds are not designed to be slept on every night. Sofa beds are supposed to be there for occasional guest sleeps. They're not supposed to be there for every night sleeping.
Yes, I know what you mean, but we didn't pouch that sofa for sleeping it over the night. It's just our circumstances has changed and we have to use it as a bed. So
yeah, I understand. But the sofa bed is designed as a sofa with occasional use for a bed. So, for example, you have guests over and you don't have a bed for them to sleep on, you pull the old sofa bed out. But it's not. They're not designed for a couple to sleep on every night for 6 years.
Okay.
So, you don't feel that you've had reasonable use from that product?
I do, but I believe it is under guarantee, and the company.
But it depends on.
Guarantee.
Okay, well, let me just put you out of your misery first of all. From a legal perspective, you don't have any rights. From a legal perspective, the Consumer Rights Act, or in fact, it would have been the Sale of Goods Act, 1979. Don't quote me on the date, can't remember. But the Sale of Goods Act would have been the legislation in existence when you purchased this in 2014. That doesn't cover you anymore. You've had perfectly reasonable amount of life out of the product. It's beyond 6 years anyway, so you don't have any rights from a legal perspective. In terms of the warranty, you're saying it came with a 10-year warranty. What does the warranty cover? Because the warranty is something that the company that makes the product provides you with as peace of mind. But normally that will protect against things like mechanical failure or things that are down to the manufacturing process rather than anything that could be deemed to be normal wear and tear. And I would have thought that the retailer, at the point that you're telling them you've been sleeping on the bed every night for 6 years, 7 years now, and sitting on the sofa during the daytime, I would have thought they would simply say, well, that's normal wear and tear. That's not going to be covered by the warranty or the guarantee.
Yes. What I can see from the leaflets here, I've got what is under guarantee, which is frame, legs, armrest, ceiling, baseline support fabric, fittings, and bed mechanism. So everything here, I think mainly the filling and baseline support fabric, it is under guarantee according to that company, which they guarantee, they give it for free 10 years.
But when the company came out and said that they could repair it for you, why didn't you say, oh yes, please?
No, that wasn't the case. I would take it reparation, but I didn't make decision on that. Minute of that man asked me. I wasn't sure because I was expecting someone from that place to call me.
So the chap who came out was he was. So the chap who came out to you, he was prepared to repair it there and then, was he?
I don't know, to be honest. He just told me what's gonna happen next. he will send a report to that company, and they will contact me.
Yeah.
So I didn't make any decision at this time because I wasn't sure what to do and what the right is, if you know what my right is as a customer. But
Okay,
now
so you weren't offered a repair at that point?
No.
But I thought you said he said to you, "We are prepared to repair it," but wanted a decision from you there and then.
Yes, he did. He offered this, or I can refuse because it's my right. But I didn't make any decision.
Well, yes, it's your right to turn down the repair, but if you haven't got any other rights, it leaves you with no rights.
I see. Yeah, I can see now.
Do you see what I mean? If this sofa bed, for example, was 6 months old and it had failed, and they were offering a repair, and they said, well, you know, either we can repair it now, or if you don't want to accept that, you know, you've still got the rest of your rights. At least you then have protection under the Consumer Rights Act. But by turning down the repair, you've turned down all of your rights, haven't you, really?
But I didn't turn out the repair. It's just I didn't make any decision at this moment because I was under the impression they will call me.
Yeah, but when he said to you, "Would you like us to repair it?" what did you say?
I don't know. I don't know what to do because.
What did you want to? If they were offering to repair it, what more did you want them to do?
I don't know. So now I'm confused because I'm sure I didn't.
Just answer my question. What if you weren't happy with the repair, what did you want them to do?
I don't know. Maybe change the sofa.
What, for a brand new one? 6 years down the line?
No. To be honest, like I say, I didn't know what is my right, and I didn't turn out repair. I say I don't know what to do, and later I've received the email that says I turn out the repair, but I didn't. I didn't sign anything. I didn't confirm anything. Right. So I think that must be a misunderstanding or something else. I don't know.
I think what you should do now is call that company up and ask them very, very nicely if they would please be prepared to come back and repair it, because you've changed your mind and you do want it repaired.
Okay, then.
Because,
but
I think that's all you can do, because in my mind, you've had more than reasonable use from the product. A sofa bed is not designed to be slept on every night. A sofa bed is designed for occasional use. Now, I completely understand. Sometimes circumstances change, and it was then necessary for you to sleep on it every night. I accept that. But that doesn't mean that suddenly, because your circumstances have changed, a sofa bed then needs to be able to withstand people sleeping on it every night for 6 years. I mean, at some point, it is going to wear out, and it sounds as if you've kind of worn it out. You've used it for 6 years of sleeping on it and sitting on it all day. I think it's done very well to last that long, to be honest.
Yes, it's true. But I'm happy with that sofa. Fabric didn't turn out. Nothing is wrong. Only the inside. That's why I decided to, call them to ask what they can offer me.
But when the guy said, "Well, we can repair it," I mean, they could have put some new foam in it or some new filling or whatever to give it the support back. But you said, "Well, I don't know what to do. I don't want to go ahead with the repair."
That's right. This is what to do. This is what I've done. So maybe I've been silly.
Well,
maybe I don't know. To be honest, I didn't make decision. But I have literally 10 seconds to make decision. So I was confused because I didn't prepare how I will have to make that decision right now, and at the same day and the same minute. So I didn't accept that.
No, I accept you didn't accept it, but unfortunately, by not accepting it, I think what you've probably done is you've made a rod for your own back, and you've now got a sofa that there was an offer on the table for it to be repaired. You've turned down the offer of the repair because you hoped you'd get something better, and in actual fact, you're not entitled to anything better. You should count yourself lucky that you're offered the repair.
All right then. Okay.
I'm really sorry, Paulina, because if I genuinely thought the retailer had behaved badly and done something wrong, I promise you I'd be on your side. But I think you were so lucky that they were offering you a repair, and I can't understand why you turned it down. But there we go. I think if I were you, get on the phone to them, say, I'm really sorry for turning it down. Is there any chance you could please come back and repair it?
Okay, this is what I'm gonna do then.
Yeah.
If I don't have any other option as a customer, so that's right.
I'm afraid not. I'm afraid not. But listen, good luck.
Okay.
Hello, Carl.
Morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay, thanks. I bought a side-by-side American fridge freezer, April 2017. It was a penny under £1,000. It's been great. It's been a brilliant purchase, no problems at all, up until around about 2 weeks ago, when my partner said that she tasted a strange sort of taste and smell on her bottled water. It's like a chemically sort of smell. So I changed the filter that you can change inside of it, left it for a day, but nothing changed. And then 2 days later, I went into the freezer, I cooked the side of it, and everything had defrosted.
Oh.
And all the food was ruined.
Oh, dear. How much food had you got in there?
Ironically, we'd just done an Iceland purchase. There was quite a bit in there. We took photos of it and everything.
The good news is if you'd only just done the purchase, I presume you've got a nice receipt showing all that food.
Yes, we've got an online receipt somewhere for it, yes.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Okay, so that's very frustrating. So, it sounds like it's got a pretty major problem.
Yes.
So what happened?
So, on the front, the display still read like -22 for the freezer and 2 degrees for the fridge. So I contacted the retailer to complain about it. Told them it was 4 years old. And
what temperature did you say it's set at?
It's about -20, -22 on the freezer.
Yeah.
And then about 2 degrees for the fridge.
Just out of interest, I think it should be a little bit warmer in the fridge. It should be about 4 degrees in the fridge.
Oh,
and it should be about -22 or -23. I can't remember what mine's set at. My friend Dr. Lisa Ackley told me what to set it to, and I set it to whatever she suggested. And she knows what she's talking about. I think it's -22 on the freezer.
But I think that's roughly what it was on anyway.
Okay.
Freezer.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it clearly wasn't getting anywhere near to that if all the food's defrosted, so it's obviously broken.
Absolutely, yeah. That was half the point, because no alarm went off or anything to say. And as soon as you leave the door open, the alarm beeps within a couple of minutes, sort of thing.
Yeah.
So anyway, I contacted the retailer to complain about it, and said, it's only 4 years old. And I'd listened to your show and told them that it hadn't lasted a reasonable amount of time.
Well done.
They requested me to get an engineer's report stating what he thought was wrong with the item and whether it was sort of economically repairable, which we did. And he found there was a gas leak and air had got into the system, and it was irreparable. And that was what the smell was. It was the freon that escaped out of the unit.
Okay. So, and the gas leak, I presume, is something that you have. It's not anything to do with the way you've used it. It's not a wear and tear issue. It's to do with whatever should have been containing that gas that sprung a leak somewhere.
That's right, yes. It's behind some plastic, so you can't. It's not as though you can puncture it with anything when you put it into the freezer or anything.
No.
You can't get to it, so the guy got to it anyway.
And the engineer who came out and assessed it and confirmed that, how much did he charge you for telling you that?
He charged me £75.
£75 for the report. Okay. Fine.
Okay.
So we've got the other bit I need to know that's quite crucial in all of this is how much did you pay for the fridge freezer in the first place?
$999.99.
$999.99. Okay. Fine. Okay, so what's the company had to say now you've been able to go back armed with that report?
Okay, so I sent the retailer stating it is irreparable, and I'd like some sort of, recompense due to it being just 4 years old. And I did get a few emails to and fro from them. Firstly saying that in this case your product will be beyond economical repair, so we're going to offer you in full and final settlement £263.17.
263?
Yeah, 17.
Okay.
And then they would also add on the £75, which would take it to 338.17.
Yeah, but forget that, because, I mean, that's just a given. They need to refund you for that.
Yeah.
We shouldn't be looking at that £75 with the other amount in terms of what's a reasonable amount to provide for you. And what about the food that was lost? Are they prepared to make a contribution towards that as well?
No, there was nothing about that at all.
Okay. Well, I mean, the offer's not acceptable. The offer's not acceptable.
No. I didn't think so.
No, it's not. Would you like me to tell you what I think would be more acceptable?
Okay.
Do you know how much the food cost you? You say that you'd gone and done an Iceland shop. Rough idea of how much you'd spent in Iceland?
I think the whole lot that we had to throw away was probably around about £200, I would say.
And you'd have evidence to back that up in the form of a receipt?
Yeah, I'd have a look and find that, yes.
Okay. And how soon before it broke did you purchase all that food?
I think it was about a week and a half.
Okay.
I will have to double check with you, but I think it was about a week and a half.
Okay, well, let's call it 150. Just for sake of what we're looking at.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just doing my calculations. Just bear with, caller. Just bear with. The retailer's not going to like this. Right, okay. So let me just tell you what I think is fair. The fridge freezer cost £1,000.
Yeah.
And it's lasted 4 years. Now, my feeling is if I was spending £1,000 on a fridge freezer, now, okay, you're getting a lot of fridge freezer for the £1,000. I'm not comparing it with a little kind of under-counter fridge freezer.
No.
But even so, you're spending a lot of money on the product, and it should last for a reasonable amount of time. Now, I would hope for 10 years from this kind of product as a minimum.
Yes.
But let's be a little more generous. Let's work on the basis that it should have lasted for 8 years as a minimum. And I think that would be very easy. If this were to go to court, I think it would be very easy to argue that a £1,000 fridge freezer, any reasonable person would expect at least 8 years use from it before it stops working. Yeah. So if we work on that, and if we take the £1,000 and we basically divide it by 8, then you've had about half the money's use from it. So as a starting point, I believe that the amount the company owes you back of £499.99. I would then add on to that another £150 for the food that you are able to demonstrate perished as a result of this product that developed a fault because it was not of reasonable quality. Through no fault of your own, all of that food has been wasted. You're not expecting them to give you the full £200, but you would expect them to give you £150 towards that £200 bill.
Yes.
Add on top the £75. So let's just work out the exact total for the full amount. So you're looking at, let's call it £500 plus 150 plus 75. We're looking at £725 back.
Yeah.
I think that is a more reasonable figure for this retailer to be looking at, rather than a poxy £263.17. I mean, who'd accept that?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, how am I supposed to buy a like-for-like product for that sort of money?
Well, you wouldn't expect to buy a like-for-like product with it, because ultimately you've had 4 years' use from the previous product. So you're completely reasonable in terms of taking that into account in your calculations. And as I started off by saying, you've had about half the life you would expect from this machine. So you're not looking for a full refund of the £1,000. You're looking for half that money back that you would then use towards another machine.
Sure.
But on top of that, there are also some out-of-pocket expenses. There's the further £150 for the food that you just bought. There's the £75 for the cost of the report that you were forced to have carried out because the retailer was refusing to sort it without that report.
Yes.
So you see how the bill now quite quickly starts to add up.
Absolutely.
Well, how did you leave it with the retailer? Have they simply said, that's our offer, take it or leave it?
That's right. So they did.
Okay.
I did say to them, thank you very much. I understand it's an opening offer on your behalf. However, I have declined it.
Yeah.
And they said, I'm sorry to learn that you are unhappy, but this is our final thing, our final payment.
Really? Well, if it goes to
and
the
I
small,
just left it at that then.
If it goes to the small claims court, chances are it's going to cost them considerably more than the £725 that I will propose to them is a more reasonable amount. Because based on the story you have told me, this product has not lasted for a reasonable amount of time through no fault of your own.
That's right.
And you're purely looking for a reasonable reimbursement for the life of the product you have not been able to enjoy, plus your costs as a result of the product not being up to it. So let's see what we can do. What I'm going to do, Tara, can I please pass Carl back? Can we get a bit of detail?
Yes, we shall. Yeah, I've got his file open at the moment, fingers at the ready.
Yes, I mean, this is just simply unacceptable. Can you hang on there, Carl? I'll pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail. We'll go and have a word, OK? Damien's friend purchased a rug online for £170. When it arrived, she realised quite quickly it was far too big for the room. So she decided to return it to the company, which she's entirely entitled to do. Because it was purchased from an online company, you are covered by the Consumer Contracts Regulations, which gives you 14 days when you decide that you don't like a product to return it. And sure enough, it was picked up by the courier.
They've sent a courier out to collect the rug. The courier turned up, took the rug, wouldn't give her any paperwork, basically blamed it on COVID. He couldn't do anything. There was no paperwork to give. So she agreed to let him take the rug. 2 days later, he's turned up again to collect the same rug, same courier. Now, a couple of weeks ago, she's contacted the retailer and they said they haven't got the rug back from the courier company. They refused to give her any refund. So, yeah, we need to know where we stand and how we can get this money back.
Well, it's very frustrating, and it's a lot of money to not receive back as a refund. And I promised Damien I'd go and have a word with this company on his behalf. Let's see how I got on, because Damien's back on the JVS show. Hello, Damien.
Hello there, how are you doing?
Hi, Damien. Yes, I'm good, thank you. Now, in the meantime, your friend did reorder, did she not? The same rug, but a slightly smaller one.
Correct, yes.
Which does go in the room, and I presume, have you seen it? Does it look nice?
It looks lovely, yeah, absolutely perfect.
Great. I should just point out, before I move on from the Consumer Contract Regulations, just so everyone knows how you stand, this is something that is very specific to online companies and mail order companies. What it basically says is that because you haven't had the opportunity to see the product in the flesh, in the same way that you would do if you bought something from a shop, and you can actually touch it and see the colour of it and see the size of it there and then. If you haven't been able to do that, then you have this window of opportunity when you see it to return the goods and to get a full refund. However, it is very often the case that you will be liable for the cost of sending the product back. Now, I know with this particular company, they agree to come and pick stuff up from you as well. They don't charge for that. But that's not something you're necessarily entitled to. It depends on the company. So always assume if you're going to send something back, unless they state otherwise, always assume you're going to have to pay the postage to get it back to the company. But it's a nice extra bit of consumer rights that you have when you're buying something from an online or a mail order company. Now, this particular company that your friend purchased the rug from was very.co.uk. And I went off to have a word with them. They've come back with a fairly short response, really. They just said, we have contacted the customer to apologise. We've provided a full refund and also a gesture of goodwill to reflect the inconvenience caused. We're now looking into how it all happened. Well, that sounds great, but what's happened from your friend's perspective? What's she told you?
Okay, so yes, she's got the full refund.
Great.
Okay, that was literally 2 days after I was on the show first time.
Super.
And on top of that, they've sent her a cheque for £20 for the inconvenience.
Lovely.
So
is she happy?
Very happy? Yes, she's happy. Happy.
Good. Okay, well, listen, I'm absolutely delighted that that she's got the money back. I have a sneaky feeling Very will be taking this up with their courier company, because I bet you that rug is sitting probably in a depot somewhere, and for whatever reason did not actually get back to them, which is why, as far as they're concerned, they didn't receive it back. And because of the problems with not getting a receipt from the courier because of COVID, it has made it very difficult for your friend to be able to prove that courier ever turned up in the first place. But there we go. I mean, we won't dwell on it. That's for them to now take up with that courier company and try and make sure it doesn't happen to anyone else. I will thank them very much indeed. Damien, I hope your friend enjoys her rug for many, many more years. And any other problems, you know where we are. Jonathan's partner booked a holiday to Portugal, and to make sure they were fit to travel, they booked a £99 COVID test when they had to be taken 72 hours prior to travel. And I should just point out, this was when going to Portugal was absolutely fine for a holiday because it was on the green list. That, of course, subsequently has changed. Well, Jonathan got his negative result back the following day in time for the holiday. But it became clear there was an issue with the result for his partner, as that didn't arrive. Then the day before they were due to fly, when it was getting very late, Jonathan decided in a bit of a state of panic they were going to have to get another test done at another company, otherwise their holiday was just never going to happen.
I managed to get online and found at the very last minute that there was a company in Watford that were offering an emergency test, which is £199 with a result back in 4 hours. We got there with a few minutes to spare and we managed to do it. But, this sort of thing really shouldn't happen. The final phone call on the Saturday, they offered to reimburse my partner's £99. We've got £199 extra cost we didn't think we'd have. The original company did refund the £99, but they actually said to us, the last conversation was, don't worry, just keep checking your emails. Now, as of this morning, it's still not showing a result. So had we have listened to this company, we would have lost the holiday, and the holiday cost us £1,800.
Well, Jonathan was telling me that they're out of pocket, and they're also very concerned as to whether other people may encounter the same horrible, panicky situation before they're due to go on holiday. If any of us are ever able to go on holiday ever again. Jonathan's back on the JVS show. Hello, Jonathan.
Good morning.
Now, you see, in so many ways, you are one of the lucky ones, because you managed to get away while we could.
Just in time.
Just in time. The rest of us at the moment are plunged into a state of not being able to get away at all. Now, the company that you had used for your COVID tests before travelling was Boots.
Yeah, that's correct.
And it was Boots that put you in this position of this complete panic because they didn't get your partner's test result back in time. So I went off to have a word with them, and they came back with this response. They said the vast majority of results for our in-store COVID-19 PCR testing service are provided the day after the test was taken. In very rare cases, like Jonathan's partners, there have been delays in test samples being couriered from the store to the laboratory due to human error. We provided a full refund to Jonathan's partner for the in-store COVID-19 PCR testing service purchased. We added £1,500 to her Boots Advantage card as well. As an additional gesture, we will also provide a refund to Jonathan for the cost of his test, as we appreciate the stress and inconvenience the experience has caused the couple, for which we apologise. So, financially, they pretty much sorted it out. Financially,
I mean, wasn't £1,500 to her Advantage account. It was £1,500.
Sorry, sorry. Yeah. I'm pleased you picked me up on that. It's my slip of the tongue. They did indeed say £1,500 points, not pounds. It would have been nice if it was £1,500. Yeah, but unfortunately, it was just the points. Now, the simple fact is, you said, okay, well, look, financially, then we're okay again. I mean, it's not. It doesn't quite cover the full cost. Because obviously you've got all the journey time of having to get all the way down to Watford and back. But financially, you were prepared to accept that. What you weren't prepared to accept was that there was no reassurance or acceptance in the statement that their policy needs to change or be amended in any way in order to prevent this happening to anyone else. And you were saying, you know, with the best of intentions, people rely on a company like Boots, a well-known company, to do the testing. You put your faith in them. And every time you were phoning them to say, what's going on? Where's the test result? We're going tomorrow. They were saying, oh, yeah, well, don't worry, it's going to come, it's going to come. Had you left it to Boots, you would not have been able to travel on that holiday because that test didn't ever arrive in time. So you were saying what you would like Boots to do is to accept that whatever their system, however their system works, for you it fell down, and there needs to be some kind of emergency backup in place where, for example, if a customer still hasn't received their result a certain number of hours before they're due to travel, is Boots then prepared to organise for you to go to an emergency place and have an emergency test or something else done at that point, rather than just keep saying, oh yeah, don't worry, it will arrive, just be patient, when it then doesn't? Well, I went back to Boots and put that to them and said, what can you say to my listeners? What reassurance can you give that they won't have the same experience? And I'm really sorry to say, Jonathan, that they have said they don't wish to add anything further for broadcast on the programme. They do not wish to add anything further over and above their original statement. Now, I know that in the meantime, you are communicating with Boots, and I've seen an email that you forwarded over, and I think actually the representative you're talking to at Boots does seem to be providing some level of acceptance that maybe things need to change from their end. What have they said to you, Jonathan?
Well, they've admitted that it is quite a confusing journey through their portal. So, but other than saying they think they're changing, they think they're going to make some changes. That's purely, as I understand the email, to the portal side, which is where you register your test and everything, and you pay for it when you have the test done. What I think they really need to do, they need emergency backup, because things do get lost. I understand that it's the way the world is, but some people are paying thousands of pounds for holidays. If they don't get their test back in time, that's potentially lost, and I very much doubt that travel insurance will cover that. I don't really know. But Boots, really, they need to have something in place to say, right, you're down to the last 12 hours, hurry up and go and get a test, and here is the nearest place you can get it done. And there's plenty of shops around. I don't see that it would be that much of an issue.
Just out of interest, I know at certain airports they're doing the testing. Yes. Could you, if push came to shove, could you, when you arrived at the airport, have had probably a very expensive test, but could you have had the test carried out at the airport in time for the flight, or not? Was it too late then?
Well, I flew from Luton, and being honest, I don't think so, because I didn't see anything. And when you go through to check in, the very first thing that they do check is that you have a certificate to say that you've had the test and it's negative. So, I mean, I didn't really look. I didn't really look, to be honest, Jonathan. It's possible you can do, but you would certainly have to be at the airport many hours earlier, because if you've got to check in 2 hours before the flight, and you've before that got to go and get a COVID test and then wait for results, I don't know how practical that is.
I mean, it's all academic for the vast majority of us now. But there will hopefully come a point where holidays are possible abroad again. And I just put myself in the position that you've described, and it just sounds extremely stressful. If your flight is, as many of our flights will be, 6 o'clock Saturday morning out of Luton or whatever it may be, and if come 3 o'clock on the Friday afternoon, the day before, you still haven't got your test result back, I mean, you are going to be panicking, aren't you? And there may well not be very much time for you to arrange something else. It's a nightmare. But unfortunately, I can't sit here and read any words of reassurance from Boots, because they don't want to add anything further to it. So just be aware, ladies and gentlemen, if you organise your test from Boots, theoretically this could happen to you. Jonathan.
It's not good. Yeah, it's not good at all. I'm quite flabbergasted, actually, that they haven't come back and said anything at all. I find that unbelievable, to be honest, Jonathan.
The problem is, I mean, this in theory could happen regardless of where you go. couldn't it? I mean,
well, you can still fly now, can't you? I know you're not meant to, but there is people that are flying to amber countries. They may have family or friends, or for whatever reasons they're going out there, whether it's business. They would still have to have a negative test before they flew.
Yes, they would.
So
and it's not allowed for holidays.
It's not for holidays. No, it's not for leisure, but it's for for business or family or anything, any emergencies. So, we all know there's still planes in the sky, and people on those planes will have had a COVID test before they flew.
I mean, I don't know if anybody has used Luton Airport. If you know, is there an emergency place you can get a kind of last-minute instant test when you get to the airport? So, in worst-case scenario, you, like Jonathan, have booked your test at Boots and it doesn't come back the day before, as it should do. Can you at least salvage your holiday by having probably a much more expensive test at the airport, getting the result instantly, and then coming back and saying to Boots, right, I want my money back for this because you let me down? Because if not, you are in a very, very vulnerable position. You put yourself in... Imagine if you were a big family, Jonathan. Imagine if you'd had, mum, dad and 4 children all going off on holiday, costing thousands of pounds.
Especially in today's world. I mean, holidays and flights are a lot more expensive at the moment because, because the hotels and the travel industry have to make up for what they've lost over the last year. So you're paying through the nose, which is, it's not anybody's fault. It's the way of the world. But people need reassurance that if they do book an expensive flight, they can actually get on it. As simple as that.
Well, yes, and all you've asked for, and all I reiterated in my response to Boots was, if people, and I'm sure 99.9% of tests come back in time and it's all fine, but if you're the unlucky person that hasn't had your test back and you're panicking, thinking, I'm not going to be able to go on my holiday tomorrow, and there's not going to be anyone in the office in Boots, 4 o'clock in the morning when I'm arriving at Luton Airport to get my flight. What on earth am I supposed to do? It would just be nice if Boots could provide some kind of emergency number where they, at the last minute, will arrange an alternative for you, because otherwise you are going to lose your holiday. I'm sorry, Jonathan, they don't want to add anything further, so... it's a case of buyer beware. If you're going to have your test, be aware of this situation, unfortunately. I can't give any further words of reassurance.
No, I just hope that the representative from Boots is listening this morning.
Well, they will do. They'll get to hear about it. And if Boots, of course, would like to provide anything further, just to reassure people that booking a test through Boots is a safe thing to do, and if the worst case scenario does occur, there is some kind of emergency backup, then please, my email address, send me over the response for inclusion in the programme. Jonathan, we will leave it there. Any other problems, you know where we are. And I have a sneaky feeling this won't be the last time I discuss tests, pre-holiday tests on this programme. Now, Rachel purchased a bed at the beginning of this year. It was finally delivered at the end of March. It cost her £2,000 for the bed and the mattress together. But there was a problem with the bed frame. And when the company finally agreed to replace it, they said to Rachel she'd have to wait another 3 months for the new one. Well, she feels it's only reasonable that she should get a new mattress to go with the new bed frame as well, as it's not her fault the company hasn't managed to get its act together.
I didn't spend so much money on a mattress to sleep on the floor with it for 6 months before a bed come. I'm not saying my house is dirty, but it's a brand new mattress to go in my brand new bed, and it's been living on the floor. And I said, if you can't do that, just come and take back the mattress then. And then, again, they haven't contacted me back about the mattress.
Well, Rachel wasn't happy at all, so I promised her I'd get a call into the company and see what I could do. She's back on the JVS show. Hello, Rachel.
Hi, how are you, Jonathan?
Hi, I'm well, thank you. I hope you are too. As you know, this company concerned is DFS.
Yep.
They came back, their initial response was, we sincerely apologise for any inconvenience or discomfort caused while Rachel waits for her new bed frame to arrive. The mattress and bed frame purchased by Rachel and her partner, they're sold as 2 separate items. So customers can pick and choose the option that's right for them. They are not sold as a set. We've acknowledged that on this occasion the bed frame appears to be faulty, and our team has already ordered a replacement for them. As the products come from different suppliers and the mattress isn't faulty, it doesn't need replacing. Our product quality team has advised that using the mattress on a clean floor will not have a detrimental effect on its performance. We can ensure, Rachel, that the new bed frame is being exchanged for a like-for-like product and it will fit perfectly with the mattress. Our team will continue to keep in touch about an expected delivery date. Well, when I told you that, you hit the roof, didn't you? You weren't happy.
Yeah.
You said, I don't want to sleep on the floor with this mattress and then have to use that mattress on my new replacement bed frame. It's not my fault I'm in this position. And very importantly, and the crucial thing that you at that point told me, you said, I've already written to them at the beginning of all of this and told them I wanted them to take it all back and give me my money back. And the reason why that's crucial is that the Consumer Rights Act gives you a window of opportunity of 30 days. In the first 30 days, if a product that you purchase has a fundamental fault with it, the law states that you are entitled at that point to reject the goods and ask for a full refund. You don't have to accept a replacement. You don't have to accept a repair. You can have your money back. Mm-hmm. But you have to do it in the first 30 days. Well, you forwarded me over the letter. You forwarded me over the letter that you'd sent them in the first 30 days, where you asked for your money back. So I sent that over to DFS and said, look, please see, the customer's already rejected the goods in the first 30 days. She doesn't want to be sleeping on the mattress. She doesn't want to be in this position. They came back and thankfully they changed their tune. They said, we apologise unreservedly for the inconvenience caused to Rachel and her husband. We're happy to honour their wishes. We'll arrange a full refund and collection of the mattress, and our customer service team will be in touch to arrange this with her. Now, when I last spoke to you, you said that yes, indeed, they had collected the bed frame. That was all done fairly smoothly, was it not?
Yeah, that was. Well, yeah, it happened, so I can't complain. It happened.
I'm being sarcastic because it didn't go smoothly at all, did it? You were on the phone and dear, it was all a bit of a pickle. But anyway, they did collect the bed. But what about the refund? Now, are you aware of any money back yet?
No, as of this morning, none.
Now, I did chase DFS up just to ask what's going on with your money. And they've come back with this. They've said that the goods were indeed collected from you on the 5th of June. Only when goods are collected is a refund raised. As Rachel purchased the product on finance, it's the finance company that will process the refund of any instalments to date. It will then take around 10 working days for the refund to go through. So is that the only way that anything's been purchased then, by instalments to a finance company?
I spoke to them as well, and they said, well, basically it's DFS that has to credit them. So it's all on waiting on DFS to either credit them the money, and then depending on how DFS does it, whether they pay the difference or give them all back the money, then yes, that's when they have will refund. But the man said that happens on their end within 2 to 3 working days.
Okay. Well, I mean, to be honest, none of that is your problem, is it? The finance company's relationship with DFS is not really your concern. You just want any money you've paid returned to you. How much have you actually paid by the way of instalments?
3 months, but it's like £50 a month.
So about 150 quid.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, they say 10 days pretty much from when it's all been kind of approved and when DFS has confirmed to the finance company that the finance is now cancelled and that this bed has been returned. So it may well take a little longer until you get the 150 quid back. But fingers crossed you will get it back very soon. I'm obviously going to stay across this until you've got every last penny back. Let's touch base again next week. Let's see if the money's in your account then, and fingers crossed it will be. And have you ordered another bed in the meantime?
No, not yet, because it's just been a long palaver. I've just I just have to start looking again. It took me a couple of months to pick the one I did pick, so and then it's also having to wait how many weeks now for the next one. It's going to be like the one I have my eye on is 14 weeks waiting for that
to be delivered. So,
yeah, and that's very often the case. If you're going, particularly the real good quality beds, very often you have to wait weeks for them to arrive. So, oh dear, well, you're going to have to get an inflatable or something to keep you going in the meantime.
That's exactly what I've done.
Right, well, listen, Rachel, please keep me posted. Let's talk next week, and hopefully you will have got that money back from the finance company. OK, all the very best to you. Vicky's on the line. Hello, Vicky.
Hi, Jonathan.
Hello, Vicky. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
OK, so we bought a new TV in August of 2019, and it's been working perfectly up until a week ago, when we went to switch the TV on, and all we had was a blank screen, but we could hear the sound perfectly fine, but we just had a blank screen. So we then sort of researched, what can we do to get the TV, is there anything we can do to resolve the problem ourselves? What we did, what we researched, unplug it from the main, it unplugged for a while, and hold the power button in for 30 seconds. So we did all of that, and nothing worked. So the following day, we emailed the retailer our problem, or what the fault.
Are you moving around at all while you're talking to me, Vicky? Because I'm losing you a bit, and I need to be able to hear all the details. So if you could...
I wasn't moving around.
Oh, were you not? Oh, could you strap a dustbin lid to your head then, or something like that might improve the signal? Is that possible?
Okay, let me move to a different room and see if that helps.
Thank you very much. So you tried looking for all the various different things, like turning it on and off and all that kind of stuff, to see if it could reboot it and get the screen working again. I presume none of that worked.
None of that worked. The following day, we sent the retailer an email explaining what the fault was, and they basically came back and said, we need to go back to the manufacturer, which we thought was wrong advice, because obviously our contract is with them, not the manufacturer.
Well done.
But just to cover our backs, we did contact the manufacturer just to make sure we were doing the right thing. And they said, yeah, your contract's with the retailer, there's nothing we can do. So we then sent the retailer a further email saying, our contract is with you. It's your responsibility to sort of help us resolve the situation. And their response was that our 12-month warranty had expired, so there was nothing they could do. But obviously, we then said, under the Consumer Rights Act 2015, we don't believe that it lasted for, considering the amount that we paid for it.
You've obviously been listening to me whittering on over the years.
Exactly, yeah, listened to you for a few years. It's obviously educated us on this kind of.
Well, I mean, you've got it spot on word for word, so I knew you'd obviously been paying attention, which is marvellous.
Exactly.
I mean, you're absolutely right in what you say. The TV, your contract is with the retailer. The retailer has a duty of care when selling you a product to make sure that the product is fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and lasts for a reasonable amount of time. There is no cut-off after 12 months. Even if a manufacturer's warranty expired, that does not mean your rights expire as well. The retailer has liability to you unless you've done something to damage the TV, in which case you don't have any rights at all. But on the basis that you haven't damaged the TV through misuse or pouring a glass of water down the back of it or whatever you may have done, on the basis that you haven't done the thing to damage it, then that TV clearly hasn't lasted a reasonable amount of time. How much did you pay for it?
We paid £329 for it.
And how big is it?
It's a 43-inch, I think.
43 inches. So have they said they'll do anything at all, or are they just simply fobbing you off with the old, it's over 12 months, we can't do anything?
Yeah, pretty much. That's all they've been saying. So as our last correspondence with them was engineer out to prove that it's an inherent problem with the TV, with no mention of a refund of any costs that we'd incur doing that. And then if we can prove that it's an inherent problem, they will then go back to the manufacturer and argue our case for us. So obviously shirking all responsibility from...
I love it. They make it sound like they're doing you a massive favour then, and they'll be on your side. I mean, it's outrageous. Yeah. It's absolutely outrageous. OK, well, I mean, look, let's be honest. They may well insist on you having a report carried out. That's not unreasonable. From 6 months from the date of purchase, if a retailer wants to, they can indeed put the ball firmly in your court and demand that you prove that the product has a manufacturing fault with it. But that's a risky game for any retailer to play, because when they ask you to have a report carried out, the chances are it's going to cost you money to have that report carried out. And if the report comes back and finds in your favour, they will be liable for not only covering the cost of the repair or the replacement, but they'll then also be liable for the cost of having the report carried out as well. So, it's a risky game to play. And if I were a retailer, I would have to be fairly sure that the customer has misused a product before I ask them to get a report carried out, particularly with something like this, because I would be thinking to myself, okay, well, look, the law gives the customer a lot of protection here. If the report comes back and finds in the customer's favour, I'm just going to give myself an even bigger bill to have to pay. So I'd be better off getting it sorted now and cutting my losses and recognising that the customer's got this level of protection, rather than asking the customer to jump through the hoops. But you know why a lot of retailers do ask the customer to jump through these hoops, Vicky? Do you?
No.
It's because they hope you won't bother.
Well, exactly. Yeah, I think they thought that after the last email, we'd just go away and go and buy a new TV.
That's what a lot of retailers hope. They hope that, well, if we give the customer a whole load of hassle and we tell them they've got to have reports carried out, they won't bother. They'll just go and buy themselves a new TV. And you know that they're probably correct in many cases. I'm sure lots of customers do just say, oh, do you know what? I can't be bothered. Yeah. Let's just go and buy a new TV. And then the retailer, they rub their hands with glee because they got away with it. And they didn't have to do it. They didn't have to do what they needed to do under the legislation that protects the customer. But look, let's go and have a little word with this company and see what I can get them to do. Can I pass you back? We'll get some detail and I'll go and speak to them this afternoon for you, okay? Joanne came to me with a couple of problems, all linked to a £15,000 kitchen refit that happened just 2 days before Christmas. It all began with an issue with the worktop.
It's meant to be very durable. It's meant to take any stain, and that's why we ordered it for that purpose. But as soon as we put the spotlights on, when it was night time, we could see it was covered in very fine scratches. They did come out. They did say, yes, something needs doing with it. But then I haven't heard anything since. The other problem is the machine broke down, washing machine.
A washing machine, right.
That was fitted by the same company at the same time, but it's kept stopping mid-cycle. I rang them, they sent an engineer out, and they said, look, I think the easiest thing to do is we'll get you a new machine put in. So I said, that's lovely. Haven't heard a thing since.
So, couple of issues then. Firstly, the worktops. Secondly, the washing machine. I went off to speak to this company that installed the kitchen and supplied all the various components. What's the latest? Joanne's back on the JVS show. Hello, Joanne.
Hello, Jonathan. Nice to speak to you.
Very nice to speak to you too, Joanne. Now, as you know from our previous conversation, I have an interesting relationship with this retailer now. Because they don't tend to respond to me very much. What seems to happen now, and it used to be a bit different, but I think they've changed their tactic for dealing with me. What tends to happen is I contact them, they then contact the customer, try and get things sorted out, and then about several weeks later, they finally respond to my original email and they say, we've now resolved everything with the customer. And it feels almost as if they're trying to make it sound as if they've done it all off their own backs and it was nothing to do with the fact that I'd emailed them several weeks previously. That seems to be the way that they are working now. So I wasn't necessarily expecting it to be any different with your case. I sent them all the details of the complaint and sure enough, you heard from them, didn't you?
I did. I heard from a lady on the 1st of June. She assured me that she was going to be in charge of everything from now on and she was going to get everything sorted.
And she's quite senior, isn't she? Wasn't she the assistant to the director of the company?
Yeah, I believe that's what she said.
Yeah.
So I've got some good news. I have got a new washing machine that's been fitted 2 days ago, which is working.
Fantastic. Right.
So that's brilliant. They come, they put it in, they took the old one away. I've done 2 loads of washing. I'm a very happy bunny. Haven't heard anything at all about the scratch worktop.
Which is disappointing because the lady that you spoke to who works in the director's office, she did say that they were going to do something about that as well, didn't she?
She did, yeah. She said she was going to contact the company that fitted it because they obviously get an outside company to come in and do it, and that she'd get back to me. She said it probably wouldn't be in the first couple of days, but she would let me know what was happening. That was on the 1st of June, but I haven't had any email or anything since.
Right. Well, it sounds as if I need to go and give them another nudge, doesn't it, and say, what's going on with the worktop? Thanks very much indeed. I understand you've miraculously sorted the washing machine problem out. Isn't that spooky? However, you still haven't done anything about the worktop. What's going on? So, I mean, let me do that for you this afternoon. And the washing machine, did they give you the guys that came to deliver the new one, did they give you any idea as to what had gone wrong with the first one?
No, not at all. They didn't have any idea.
So it wasn't the way it had been plumbed in or anything like that. It was just a faulty machine.
Yeah, as far as they could see, it wasn't anything to do with the way it had been plumbed in. But the first time they put it in, it worked for 2 months and then it stopped working. So I don't know. I'm trying to be optimistic and think, look, I've got a new machine. All should be well.
Yes. Right. Well, look, let me go and have another word with them this afternoon and find out why you've not yet heard anything on the worktop front.
Okay.
To be honest with you, the worktop was always, for me, the part of your complaint that concerned me the most because, you know, a worktop, once it's been installed, particularly it's a kind of stone worktop, isn't it?
Yeah, slab tech, whatever that is.
It's not natural stone, but it's a manufactured stone. They're heavy. They have to be made to order.
Yeah.
I don't know how repairable they are in terms of polishing out scratches on them. It may well, you know, that's the kind of thing that people sometimes say with cars, isn't it? Oh, that will scratch out.
Yeah.
But actually, you know, the vast majority of scratches on a car, you can't scratch out. And if you try and do it, you can still see it. And it may well be the same with the worktop. And it may well be that the company deep down has recognised that to resolve this problem properly is going to involve quite an expensive job for them because they're going to have to take the whole lot out and put the whole thing back in again.
Yeah,
maybe. Remade it.
I was very on the ball as soon as I noticed the scratches that I took all the photos and sent them off so they can see back through all the correspondence how early I told them the scratches were there.
Well, well done to you for spotting it so early. I'll go and contact them this afternoon. Listen to this. That's a little bit of the horn for the washing machine. But they're not having any more until the rest is all sorted out. We'll talk very soon. I'll try and get some news for you next week, Joanne.
Great. Thank you for your help.
OK, it's a pleasure.